How about now? Good Lord. What's up, guys? It's your good buddy head of section. I'm kind of sort of disheveled. Sorry. Not disheveled, but discombobulated. How is everyone holding up? Hello. Check. So, again, totally impromptu live stream. Good to see everybody here. Let me pull this up so I can finally see some talking. What's up, guys? Baja. I don't have anything in Baja. Fred. Yeah, the gun barrel. I should have done the gun barrel. But you know what? I kind of set it up a little funny. You know, I tell you what. No, I guess I can't do it. So how is everybody doing? Everybody hearing me okay? No problems? Die Another Day, Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, I got that right. And it's kind of hot, but that's just sort of me. James Bond North America in the house. What's going on? Ryan 007. What's going on, guys? Martin. Great. Daryl Rogers, excuse me. Kyle, what's up? What's happening, partner? Jocelyn, how are you? Jocelyn, if you guys don't follow her on Instagram, Ladies Who Bond. If you've ever seen those cool bingo cards, that's her. That is her doing. And thank you, Jocelyn, for doing one for Volume 1. That was super cool. Very cool. Fred, Michael, SJ West, Martin, how are you? Twitty. Read the Guardian article the other day. Yeah, listen. So everybody, Camino, what's going on? So I guess everybody knows. Let's not talk spoilers. We could talk about the fact that people are stupid for posting the spoilers, but not the actual content of the spoilers because we don't want to spoil anything for anybody. Okay. So what's happening? So, like I said, I'm a teeny bit discombobulated, so I apologize. So this was going to be something a little bit different. Scott and I have a friend from high school who has kind of been a fan of the show for a while. And basically, you know, he really funny guy. And we decided, well, why don't we see if we can pull him in here? Because it should be actually a lot of fun. But I have to kind of pull him in. Oops. Let's see. Like I said, tiny bit discombobulated. I apologize for that. But let me see if I can pull him in. And then Scott will be joining us momentarily. Let's see. Check. Let's see if I can do this. Bear with me, guys. I apologize. Really kind of behind the eight ball getting this one ready, which is not like me, but theaters in California reopening. Boy, that would be great, wouldn't it? Joe, have you listened to the Trey Bond podcast? Of course. Great podcast. Absolutely. To quote Hendrix, "Hey, Joe." Yeah, that's me. Joe, tell him about the interview with me. Interview on Facebook tomorrow. Camino, tell everybody what the name of your page is. Camino 1991 and I are going to do an interview tomorrow in the early, what do we say, noon? So we will definitely be doing that tomorrow. Okay. Let's see if I can pull in my special guest. Camino, don't be shy about posting And my beard is getting wildly out of control. Okay. What's up, partner? How are you? Super cool. So give me just one more second. Folks, I am pulling in my good friend who you will be meeting momentarily. Let's see. Just one more second. Just trying to pull you into the meeting. So far, I'm doing the most boring live stream ever because I'm so quiet. Alrighty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. This is my good friend Walt. How are you?
Hey, what's happening, guys? How you doing?
I am good. How are you doing, my brother?
Hanging in there. Where's Mr. Scott?
He is running a couple minutes behind. He will join us shortly.
I have to apologize because I couldn't figure out how to do the Skype thing. I'm the worst with this stuff. So
No, you're doing fine. You're doing totally fine. So how's everything, brother?
good. We're just having a lot of thunderstorms down here in Florida right now. So it's been nuts. What are you drinking?
I'm doing the Sierra Nevada tonight.
Oh, very nice. I have a very special drink for you, Joe. Here we go. This one. Ready? First off, I don't drink. So it's like, what do? I drink for my birthday. I have a Guinness. And then Christmas time, I just have Bailey's. So I have nothing on hand. The only thing I like, again, wine, I have no idea what's a good wine. People tell me all these great things. I have no idea. To me, this right here tastes really, really good.
Okay, all right.
Manischewitz right there. Let me tell you.
What does Joe Pesci say?
Quick story on this one. Yeah.
What is Joe Pesci saying, Goodfellas? I know you like a good Manischewitz, but it'll look a little funny on my table.
Yeah. Tell you, if churches had more of this, I'd go back for seconds at communion, you know? So this actually is a shout out to my mother-in-law who's watching tonight.
Oh, cool.
So there you go, Mom.
Super cool.
Right there. I'm going to pour a little glass.
You're getting
here.
a lot of hellos.
And then,
Fred says hello. C. Williams says hello. Lady
Hey
Sue Bond
guys, how
says
you
hello.
doing?
Shane says hello. Camino says hello.
Hey guys. Well, it's great. And now you can watch my drunk meter all night as my cheeks get redder and redder as I drink more and more alcohol. So
I know what that's like. All right, quick announcement.
I can never get away with
Bond Mania on Facebook around noon tomorrow. Check it out, guys. Plus a little theory about the DB5. So on Facebook, the page is Bond Mania. I'll be on there tomorrow with Camino, a.k.a. Jesus. And so hopefully we'll see you there.
I have to check out that site.
So so you said thunderstorms, huh?
Oh my God. Yeah, I was cooking. I was grilling outside doing the smoker. And as soon as I got out there, it started like super thunderstorms. And then I think it started hailing at one point. I'm like, I'm out here standing around my metal stuff. I'm thinking I'm going to get electrocuted in Florida. So, but I made it through.
You're another one of my my Jersey friends who's migrated south. Michael Darlington, what's going on, brother?
It's awesome.
Let me see if I can bring in Scott without having to start over. How do I do this now? Oh, did I just lose Walt trying to pull in Scott? I think I just hung up on Walt trying to bring you in. So I'm gonna hang up again and pull you both in at the same time. Sorry about that, fellas. All right, so now I'm going to have to... Just give me one sec.
All right.
Oh, is this it? Okay.
Are we getting warm?
There we go. Yeah.
All right, cool.
No,
How's it looking out there?
Let's use SA.
How are we looking out there? I can't even see my camera. Does it look all right?
I don't see you.
Okay.
You've never looked better.
Let me see what happened here. I was afraid of this. Oh, okay, hold on one second.
Okay. No problem.
Come back.
All right, so Scott's going to...
My apologies.
So everyone. I'm just kidding. So it looks like it's just us again.
It is. That's okay. I think Scott... okay. All right. Oh, my brother said that I'm a great older brother. I thank you guys. Thank you, my brother. What a good brother I got. My brother Mike is watching. I should get him on here one of these days. You guys want to see somebody who really knows about movies? He knows his stuff.
Mike rules. Mike is awesome.
He is.
So, hey, Mike, I haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well. Doesn't he have like 8 kids now?
Yeah, he's got 2. 2 good-looking boys. I'll tell you what. Let's see. Let's get ready for Scott to join us. As soon as he jumps on, I might have to call you both back just to try to. Yeah, Q's not gonna like this, boy. I got it, brother.
You want us all to come back in an hour?
All right.
Oh, there he is.
I hear him.
Yeah. Can you see me?
I do.
You can see you.
All right.
Now I just have to set up so the people can see you.
All right. Why they would want to, I don't know.
Right now, they've been looking at me for like 20 minutes. I feel bad for him. I really do.
Cheers.
Oh, yeah. Here you go, Scott. Here's to you, buddy.
Oh, yeah, too, man. Yeah, I know. Coffee.
Oh, coffee? He's the responsible one.
Yeah, no, a little slapdash to get here, but
it's all right. I spent like 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get back onto Skype, and I swear the older I get, I'm turning into my dad. I'm surprised. That's
happening. Yeah, that's happening. That's happening to me too.
Mary tells me all the time I am very quickly turning into my father.
This camera angle isn't helping either.
So are we all on?
I can fix that, folks, right there.
Yeah, I think so.
There you go. Look, 20 years younger now.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
You know what? I know where, this is like a James Bond kind of thing. I bought a little. It came prepared. I bought. I have a little show and tell here. I dug up. I bought this at the time of the release. I dug up my 45 here.
Ah.
Blurring.
Yeah.
You got that special effect on the backgrounds blurring out, buddy.
Oh, is it really?
Put it right next to your face. A little closer. A little closer. Yeah, for some reason it's not coming in focus. Just get rid of that background. But we believe you. It looks awesome.
Is the background blurred?
Yeah, you're on. I think mine is.
Sorry about this. I hate. You know what? Now this is a good time to break something up. I hate the way these things default stuff.
Yeah.
Leave it alone. If I want to blur it, let me blur it. Don't automatically blur it on me. Okay. rant over.
Well, it's a good thing I work for Skype. I'll let them know. No, I'm just kidding. Don't.
I know it's down here, right? Let's see if we can unblur my background. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this works.
There it is.
Oh, okay. So it's the 45 of A View to a Kill. Is that coming in focus?
Yeah,
That's perfect.
And then there's that. It's a little beat up, but it's from 1985, so it's weathered the years pretty good. And it's still, let's see here. You know, I bought this it's dusty. I'm not going to show you. I also have. This is the Spy Who Loved Me program here. They'd actually sell these. They would sell these in the theaters, and you'd go. Here's the back. Yeah. They'd sell this in the movie theater, and you can get it at the concession stand. You know, when you got your popcorn and stuff. You know, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Nice. You know, it's got a little whole write up about the movie and a little thing about the stars and all that stuff. So I thought those was kind of neat. And that one I actually bought at a convention, like in the 90s, I think. But this one I actually bought theatrically when I saw it. And I bought this at the Colonial Pompton Lakes Theater. There you go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is cool.
It's the same type of program, you know? And it's got a whole thing, centerfold and the whole thing going on. But yeah, pretty neat. Oh, yeah, here you go. That's Ford Adams.
Nice.
If you can see that.
My mother must not have given me extra money that day. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have had that.
No, well, it says here. I think it has a price on here, or does it?
Yeah, it makes sense.
I think they were around between $2 and $5 or something like that. But yeah, that was pricey for us back then.
Yeah.
I think I was like one of the second. I saw it when I first went, and I saw it, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta have that." And then the next time I went, I was able to scrape up enough money to buy it, or maybe I skipped my Hershey bar or whatever it is. I don't know.
Now, hey, Joe, did your fans here, your audience, know about the movie theaters up by us? How few there were?
I don't know, actually.
I mean, we grew up very small town in New Jersey.
That's
and
right.
There wasn't much around there. There was maybe 2 movie theaters within 30 plus miles and 1 drive-in, which was awesome. And,
That's right.
Yeah, the drive-in was fun. But yeah, down here in Florida, I swear there's a movie theater every 10 feet.
Nice.
Yeah, it does a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
I know that the that Abbey Cinema in West Milford. Yes. I didn't realize it until later on when I thought about it. That was kind of like the local grindhouse, because they would show like regular movies like a Star Wars or a James Bond film, yep. But they would also show like weird stuff like slasher movies and things like that. Yeah, it was kind of weird, but that was good.
So did the one in Pompton, the one there.
Yeah,
they used to do that too.
They did.
Didn't they show like Rocky
when we were
Horror
kids?
Long time ago?
Yes.
Maybe?
Yeah, right? They did a long time.
No, they showed it at midnight. There was like 2 theaters, and there was an upstairs, downstairs, and they also showed Dawn of the Dead at midnight, the George Romero film. So you could either go see Rocky Horror or Dawn of the Dead. I wish I never saw Dawn of the Dead there. I wish I had, but oh well. Say Louis. Oh, I got one more show and tell thing, Bond related. This is when I went to the premiere at Radio City Music Hall. It's like a little pamphlet they gave out, but that's that. And I think it says, where does it say? Oh, yeah, it's got like the whole Radio City Music Hall. And then it's got like a little bit of a cast list going on there. I don't know if that's getting blurred out there. And it's very simple, but kind of a neat little keepsake there.
Nice.
Of that. So, yeah.
Hey, who did I give the board game to, the James Bond board game?
I have that right there, back there.
That's so cool.
I could, you know what? I should bring that out. I could show it to you. Hold on one second. Everybody hold on. I'm going to look at my ass.
My brother Mike is reminding me that they showed Near Dark at the Abbey Theater. I think I remember that. I'm pretty sure that's where I saw it.
Wow, that's cool. When I was a kid, we saw Bambi there. All the Disney films. They used to show them Saturday morning. So Yeah, they used to show all the old classic
Camino
Disney
asked
films
where in Florida you are.
Oh, I'm actually in Davenport, which is just west of Disney World, like maybe 5 miles, which is awesome. Since I work there, it's really close drive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's great.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But here it is. Here's the awesome game you got me.
Oh, very cool.
You guys can see that. Yeah. and I haven't had anybody to play with yet. But
We'll bring it down to
Walt's
Florida.
going to know what this means, right?
What is that you just held up?
What's that?
What did you just hold up?
It was actually well, this is kind of an in joke. We used to do like little movies on video, and Walt was the star of them. And Walt was a great actor, and he was great at improvisation. And I had masks of like Richard Nixon, Albert Einstein, Ted Kennedy, so on and so forth. And he would play. What we do, we'd make parodies of films, and we would use those characters because that's all we had. Because Joe was like all the way across town, so forget about it. He might as well have been in California. And I was like, forget about it. But anyway, as a joke, he got me this card with them wearing the masks. If you can see that,
I don't even know where I got that. Yeah.
And you also have a signed.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I get that reference.
That's really funny. I forgot all about that.
I got a lot of people saying hello. DT UK says hello, guys. How are you? Oliver asked if Scott can show the figure by the slideshow you have set in the back with all the videos.
Figure by the slideshow.
I'm not sure what he means by the slideshow, but don't you have a figure standing in the background there?
I have a couple figures. Oh yeah, hold on. I have a Lazenby and I have Connery.
Oh.
I'll bring them both over. Hold on.
Sure.
Pedro Cruz from Brazil is watching. What's up, Pedro?
Whoa. Wow.
Michael says, I'm a fellow cast member, Walt.
That's right. That's right. You guys were in the film I made for my college project. That's right. Kevin, Mike, you.
That's right.
Here's good old George.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
No, there's George Lazenby in his winter attire there, and it's got his Magic Secret Service. I found this at a Tower Records in the discount bin for $10. Wow. I was like, hell yeah, I'm buying it. And then of course I got the little cougar here.
Nice.
Oh, very cool.
Nice.
And I'll put this back, and I'll put but yeah, he's got a little pistol here, and he's got a little hoodie. These are the sideshow ones. They weren't ultra expensive. I know that Big Chief now has come out with like ones that are amazing looking. They're expensive though. I think they start at $250, and then they almost immediately, they're so limited, they go out of print. And then if you don't act right away, then it's all of a sudden it's like $500. Like I think right now, if you try to buy like Goldfinger, he's like at least $500. Yeah. But these were kind of fun to collect though, because they were relatively, reasonably priced. And like this one, I got on a good deal. So yeah, cool.
Joe, do you have any dolls you want to show us?
I really don't. The only thing I have is a couple of the Funko Pops. Not nearly as fun.
I'm in my wife's room, so these aren't even my toys back here behind me. So, and I think my background is blurred too. I don't know how to change that. Let me see if I can get rid of that. Hey, unblur background. Cool. There we go. My wife's Snow White room. This is her room.
You actually have kind of a grown-up room compared to compared to me and Scott.
Yeah. To the man-child. It's good to see one of us grew up. That's good. So.
Not really. If you go in my room next door, it's all like Disney, Mike Wazowski, Mickey Mouse. That's awesome, Connery. That is awesome.
It's not bad. This one I actually paid like a good price for. I think I paid at least $50 for him, but I wanted a Sean Connery, so there we go. And he's got a little gun too, and these were fun. They were decently made, but you guys see the Big Chief one. The Big Chief one really looks like Connery. They did a great job.
I swear to God, I always say like when I get a bigger place that I can actually display things, that's when I'll probably start picking up more stuff, but.
Oh, and it has like this little,
nice,
I guess, poker chip. Sean Connery as James Bond, and it's got like the 007.
Oliver just said that's an extremely rare Connery. It goes for about 190 to 200 pounds in the UK. Yeah.
Really? No kidding.
On a side note, Scott will be selling it tomorrow on eBay.
All right, catch you guys later.
I'm gonna sell it now. I'm 100 air. Living the good life now.
Hey, maybe night at the movies, right? Whenever we can go.
Right.
One night.
Is movies a such thing anymore? Is there actually a thing called movies these days?
Right. You know what's neat about this
Oh,
James Bond game is I don't think it's ever been opened. Because look, the pieces still in the plastic. They're still completely wrapped.
Nice.
That is really cool. I really want to play this.
First time in 14 years he's looked at it.
Yeah, you know what? It was displayed. It was displayed. It was displayed downstairs prominently. I had and I had these figures downstairs. I had like a little James Bond corner. But then when we started to do this, I figured, I'll just put them back here. But this is kind of interesting. Oh yeah, this is kind of cool. Look at that. Oh, it's got like a clock and everything. There's the whole thing. Oh, that's really neat. We'll definitely have to play this.
The three of us had to get together and play that.
Absolutely. That'd be amazing.
Scott, you had the really cool game in the 80s, Escape from New York. For some reason,
I still have that.
I love that game.
I still have it. I mean, I was amazed because it was like a movie like that. You don't really find much like, you get maybe the soundtrack and that's it. Or maybe a not based on novelization.
Yep.
I saw that. I was in one of those hobby stores. I saw that, and it was so rare back then. This has got to be like the 80s, maybe the mid 80s, late 80s. And I freaked out. I was like, Escape from New York game? Yeah, I'm buying it.
You know what game I still have that you gave me was that Dark Tower game, which was the greatest game in the 1980s.
That was a hell of a blast.
It still works. The tower still spins and does all the stuff. Dark Tower is the best game ever.
That was a great game.
And I can play it by myself, which is I do.
I also have a James Bond role-playing game. It was kind of based at the time, they had Dungeons and Dragons, and they had, they had all those board games you could buy and so forth, and sets. Well, they did the same thing with James Bond. And I have like the main game, and I have like exotic locations, which was like a set you could buy for it. I think I have maybe Goldfinger or something. But it's like a role-playing game. But it was like so complicated, I never played it.
Well, it's funny because, Joe, that's how you and I met with the Raiders of the Lost Ark one I had.
Oh, that kind of rings a bell, yeah.
We were in high school. I was ahead of him a year. Scott and I are. And Joe and I were in art class together. Well, not really, it's art club. And I really didn't feel like painting that day, so I broke out my role-playing Raiders of the Lost Ark game. And Joe came over me like a magnet. And
I'll tell you what, I remember, you know how we really met, how the first time we met at all was even a little before that, because we were in the same art class, and I was working on an art project, and I was drawing the Millennium Falcon, right?
That's
right. So I'm drawing it, kind of from memory the best I can. I come in the next day, somebody had fixed it, no, the cockpit's actually over here. It's not in the middle. And it's like, who did this? And I was so impressed that you knew the details of it. I was like, oh my God, you're so cool.
Ask me someone's birthday. I can't remember.
I can still draw a pretty good Millennium Falcon. Actually,
is on a Millennium Falcon. I'm your man.
Isn't that funny? You guys were talking about Escape from New York. My friend Kyle, Adrienne Barbeau is his aunt. He's Adrienne Barbeau's nephew. Isn't that funny?
Wow!
Get out of here! No kidding.
That's awesome. Your aunt is beautiful, awesome actress. I always felt bad the way she got killed in that movie.
that shot of her on the ground, and spoilers. She's been hit by the car.
Yeah.
Is that they did that in Carpenter's garage because they needed a pickup of it. And she just got into her she had her costume, and they did it in his garage floor. I thought that was kind of neat.
The magic of Hollywood.
Magic of Hollywood.
You know, I heard they filmed most of Star Wars on Lucas's garage floor too. So.
I remember it was, right? This brings it, since we're talking about movies, this brings me up to, I don't know how deep we've ever talked to Walt about James Bond. Because I know we're kind of like, crazy, I wouldn't say neurotic, but we're just like kind of obsessive fans. But what about you? Are you more of a casual James Bond fan? Maybe you could talk a little bit about some of the ones you liked and some that maybe you don't like.
It's funny. Growing up, we're all products of the late 60s when we were basically 5 to 10 years. ABC Saturday night show or Sunday night movie.
As the Crucible, they were special.
Yeah,
you just didn't see like a James Bond movie every day. You didn't have a James Bond movies in your collection and on a whim just like put it on.
Didn't have DVD players and nothing like that.
You had to you want to come on over, and I'm like, no, sorry, Goldfinger's on at 8:00. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, that's the thing with us. It would be like a family thing. And we would all get together, and we would, my brother, my mom and dad and I, we'd all watch, Dr. No or From Russia with Love, Thunderball, whatever. Really loving Sean Connery. He was like, that was my man. And it's funny, I for a long time didn't like On Her Majesty's Secret Service and transferred over to the new Bond. I couldn't get into you, Scott, that you showed it to me. And I was like, yeah. It's a bad film, and he did a really good job.
It's kind of hard to understand now, but back then, this is even before we were born. We were just coming on the scene, really. But that movie, it's sort of like he was so perfect for the role, and then you're changing up the role. And Lazenby does an admirable job, but he's not Sean Connery. And you could even you kind of miss all the other things of how great of a movie that is, a great story, and how it has that unique ending and so forth. So it's I know all that, but I want Sean Connery, So yeah.
And my favorite Bond film is still Live and Let Die. That to me was
great one.
His best one.
I love that one too.
Yeah. And then Man with the Golden Gun was good too. But then when it got into The Spy Who Loved Me, and then it kind of became, for me personally, I know people are going to get mad, to me it was like bubblegum movies they used to be. And I think Daniel Craig has brought that back. I think he really, again, I'm just casual, but I thought Timothy Dalton did okay. We love License to Kill. Remember we watched that? A lot,
Oh, Joe loves that.
Well, were you there when I mounted my car on the big curb going to see The Living Daylights? Maybe you were. I'm not sure.
You did so many things with cars. I can't remember which of those.
There was one night I was going to the Colonial in Pompton, and I remember being late for the movie, and I flew there, went down that alley, and I made the left down the alley to the parking lot in the back, and I was going down the alley, and I went to turn left to get into the parking lot. Big, kind of large. I don't even know it wasn't quite a divider, wasn't quite a curb, but kaboom, the car goes up, it just starts teetering on it, so I couldn't get it off.
In some countries, they'd call the wall you were stuck on.
James Bond movies, because The Living Daylights especially has a great opening scene. Right? So I totally get that. I think one time I walked in late to a James Bond movie and I missed the opening sequence. I was so pissed. No.
My brother remembers the Camaro.
I actually never really got in. Oh, the Camaro! Oh my God, that was great. Yeah. I actually never got into the whole Jaws as a villain. Even as a little kid, I was like, he's this kind of yeah. And then when they brought him back into Moonraker. I was just like, what is going on? Because now all of a sudden, after he gets an airplane at 30,000 feet and lives,
that's a great That's a great scene. Opening
You know,
scene.
yeah, the opening scene is great to the point that
Fantastic.
all of a sudden he pops back up again alive. I'm like, he's dead.
Hey, he was barely flapping his wings. He was fine.
Join it. Review and it kind of gets like James Bond's sort of like the Roadrunner and Jaws is like the Wile E. Coyote.
And then he helps him at the end get off the moon.
Yeah, I never really cared for that, even when I was younger. I was like, yeah. But I actually, The Spy Who Loved Me, I think is a great film, though. I mean, I went to see that. I got lucky enough last summer. They actually played it in the theater in Atlanta, and I went to go see it. And I just had a great time seeing that on a big screen because I had never seen it on a big screen. That was one of the movies I missed theatrically growing up for whatever reason. Probably because I had bad grades. And I was like, I wasn't allowed to go to the movie because that was the first thing my mom would do. She would, take away. You can't go to the movies anymore. You can't watch TV. No.
I actually, believe it or not, I actually got to see that in the movies.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's
You're
awesome.
talking about Moonraker?
I had better grades, I guess.
Like really just like when you see it, especially on film, I'm like, I want to see those things on film prints. I really do. But
in my stocking, the car is the car from that movie, the Corgi, where it shoots.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, you mean the Lotus?
Yes, I think Lotus, the one that goes under the water. And,
yeah.
Was just
when I went to go see Spy Who Loved Me, they had the mock-up for that. Pretty cool. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah,
that was like my favorite toy for like the longest time. And then Star Wars, lost it.
Yeah.
Good night, folks.
Well, here we are. We gotta, So I haven't had anything to drink yet, but I do have the Spectre.
Oh, very nice. Well, Scott, I have. You missed it. I was telling them I don't drink. Except for 2 times a year, Christmas with Bailey's and my birthday with Guinness. So I actually got a bottle of Manischewitz. Let me tell you, I was telling Joe that this wine, I don't know anything about wine. And if they serve this at church, my mother-in-law would celebrate I had Manischewitz wine. And I was like, this stuff's great. So that's a shout out to my mother-in-law, who I love you.
Nice.
Love you. And
that's great.
It's delicious. Her and I knock a few bottles back every Passover, folks.
Great. Hey, awesome. I don't know how bond it is, but
it is what it is. Yeah.
Shevitz. I'll have a Shevitz.
It's gonna look a little funny on my table.
Yeah.
Connery walks up and starts fighting the guy for the last lock of potato. So
salute.
Hey, cheers. Everyone,
one Irishman here. Salute.
Salute.
Nah. You're a little out of order yourself. Somebody just asked if I'm going to change the name of the podcast to instead of being James Bond to being Jesus.
Good night, folks.
Joe, you kind of look like him with the beard going. So.
But speaking of, since I'm glad that Live and Let Die is because I got this pretty cool. This is during the '90s. I went to like these sci-fi conventions stuff in New York City.
Yeah, we used to go. Together.
Yeah, I got these are what are they called? Lobby cards. Thank you. Yeah, lobby cards for Live and Let Die, and I bought a set of them. I have one of them hanging downstairs, but these are actual lobby cards that they used in the theater. But there you go.
The beautiful Jane Seymour. Can't go wrong with that.
And
wow.
I'm putting out the thing. Theater hung this. And there's hope there's not too much of a glare there.
Yeah, that's great.
All right. And this is a cool picture.
Nice.
Oh yeah, he used to scare the heck out of me.
Yeah.
I used to have nightmares about him. Him and Teehee when I was a little kid.
Sheriff J.W. Pepper and the boat.
Crisp and clean
Yeah.
and no caffeine.
That's it. And I have one. It's one of Bonded Jane Seymour, but I have it hanging downstairs. I framed it, and this is just Jaws here.
Actual Jaws, though. It's not,
I bought Jaws once too. I was like really.
Hey, my good friend Lorenzo is in the house. Everybody say hello to Lorenzo.
Oh. Hey, Lorenzo.
My good friend Lorenzo, who has a birthday coming up.
Oh, happy birthday!
Very soon.
18 again?
Kyle says you're not Jesus, but you're Mary and Joseph. Yeah. My girlfriend and I, we used to always go see the Irish bands, and every time we would walk in, they would yell out. They're like, everybody say hello to Mary and Joseph. You know, tomorrow must be Sunday because Mary and Joseph just got here.
Yeah, Joe, you do look very biblical,
right? I'm a pair of sandals away from going out and spreading the good word. I just got to get myself another pair of mandals that everybody always made fun of. I love my sandals, but apparently doesn't fly anymore.
It'd be like, and on the 8th day, Joe said, "Let there be no time to die."
Oh my.
So, Joe, is the plague, this whole virus thing, one of your plagues?
Yeah. People just not acting right, so I had to put a plague. It was a very mild plague, though. So.
So how you guys doing with the whole bounce being? Well, Joe, you're in Jersey, so I think you're in lockdown till December.
Yeah. Apparently, it's funny. Apparently, they just let up on it, from what I heard. In fact, I guess church is gonna start this weekend. Apparently they started opening things up. People can start going back to work. But I have a hunch it's gonna be like, we're gonna open things up, but we're gonna do it very slowly, so it's only this many people and etc. So I guess we'll see. Hey Joe, tell Scott and Joe about our interview tomorrow, Bond Mania. I think I did, but if anybody missed it, there's a Facebook page, Bond Mania, and I will be doing an interview with Jesus, who runs that page, Camino 1991. So check it out.
Great. Fantastic. Awesome. That's great.
It'll be noon tomorrow.
I'll be joining that page. So.
Oh, cool. But quickly, here in Georgia, we've been open for like 7 weeks now.
Yeah, same in Florida.
We're like in phase, I don't know, 5, I don't know. I don't know.
We're now allowed to pick up hitchhikers, so we're in phase 6.
Great.
So.
Yeah. But they have to sit in the back. They have to sit in the back seat, though. They have to be at least.
Oh, Florida, no, not at all. Right there. Did any other countries have this quarantine type of thing with the spacing and the? I didn't hear anywhere else having this. So maybe someone from Brazil can tell us if they had. So
I think isn't it kind of worldwide? I mean, for the most part.
I haven't gotten out much, so I don't know.
Yeah.
So. I know the Epcot World is going to open soon, so I can actually maybe ask some cast members over there.
Leo said he's drinking some Riesling and watching Joe and Scott and Walt, my favorite pastime. Thank you, Leo.
Hey,
thank you very much. Oh, very cool, man. Cheers.
Yeah, getting back to the James Bond with me, Scott. I saw a lot of the films with you growing up.
We did.
And that was
I do remember
a lot of fond memories for me.
Yeah. I think we saw For Your Eyes Only together.
Yes. Due to a Kill, you saw together.
Due to a Kill. That was in Pompton. I remember seeing that in Pompton Lakes again.
Yeah.
I remember. We saw. I remember we saw Octopussy too.
We saw Moonraker together.
Did we see Moonraker together? That's possible.
We did. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
I love that movie. When I was like that, what was I? I was 11 years old. And that movie, I mean, I loved it. I mean, I thought it was at that time. I thought it was better than Star Wars because it was like, to me, it was like mix the greatness, the great sci-fi stuff of Star Wars, and then some James Bond. And to me, it was like that whole chocolate peanut butter effect. And that's what that movie's made for. I really, when I stopped to think about it, it's made for an 11-year-old boy, and not for like a boy that doesn't sort of hem and haw about it, and this is a problem. That's who it's made for, really. And on that level, it really works.
My to a Kill, I think made the same mistake in the 80s that Beyond Thunderdome made the mistake with. They had to take the flavor of the month, like a villain or a henchman. Tina Turner. Obviously, we have in View to a Kill, Grace Jones. And it just didn't seem to work for me. Even back then, I'm like, this isn't working. It's just like
I
Hollywood's
agree.
known for doing that back then. Now I don't watch many. I really don't go to see many movies.
You're right that you compared those two because I was so hot on Mad Max and then the Road Warrior. I thought, or Mad Max 2. I thought those were great films, and I'm like, I think that's becoming like one of my favorite franchises. Yeah. And then Beyond Thunderdome. I was like,
and we saw that together too, Scott. We saw that together, and we were like, what is this?
I kind of distinctly remember that because I remember that sort of sighing disappointment in the audience. Yeah. So
it was a real chunk. It really was. Yeah. It was.
And View to Kill was kind of, but it wasn't. I didn't think it was up to the par of the past Bond films that we had.
And I always thought Christopher Walken was a little too much over the top. I mean, he's great. I mean, Christopher Walken.
Yeah, there's some. I feel that way too. I love him almost every at his Max Zorn. He has some great moments, but I'm not crazy about it.
Yeah, it's like I couldn't wait for him to get killed.
That's the problem is it all feels like stunt casting. Like Christopher Walken's great in movies when he's trying to be a serious actor. Here, it was like, hey everybody, look, it's Christopher Walken. Let's put the funny glasses on him and the blonde wig and just kind of be kind of crazy and have fun, Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think if they took his character and kind of dressed him down instead of, like you said, over the top with that stuff, it just to me he didn't seem that scary. It's just kind of like, he's more annoying than anything else.
I thought that like screenplay problems. It wasn't quite ready for. They could have fixed a lot of that stuff, Because it's got a lot of things going, like Christopher Walken, Patrick McNee from the '60s Avengers TV show, which I love. There's so many great things in it, but and you kind of it just doesn't come together for whatever reason.
Yeah, a bang.
I know. Yeah, that's too bad.
I was looking at that last night, and I'm like, ooh, swing and a miss. Yeah.
When you get down to it, if he had left after Octopussy, that wouldn't have been so bad because you would have had him kind of going off in a boat with Maud Adams. That kind of bit would have been really appropriate, Yeah.
So, Joe, what is your feeling of the two Timothy Dalton films? We got this.
Well, he goes in. He loves License to Kill.
And then don't hold back, Joe. You seem to hold back a lot.
Living Daylights, I absolutely love. License to Kill, not so much. By the way, the first time I saw Living Daylights, Walt, was with you. In fact, I remember we actually got there late too, which is probably why I was speeding the next time I went to go see it. We actually missed the pre-titles, and you kind of had to sort of explain to me what I had missed and what was going on because it was right at the sniper scene that we got there.
Oh, that's right.
But no, I think Living Daylights is spectacular. I think it's like there's a couple little moments away from it being perfect for sure, but no, I think it's great. And License to Kill, it just kind of has that, it's very cheap. It has it's kind of like the poor man's Miami Vice. It's like Miami Vice without the style. It's just like, that's kind of what it, most of the problems I have with it is just like production value just seems so weak. So.
Well, it was one of the first films that I don't think they filmed any of it at Pinewood Studios. And it was mostly filmed in that could have something to do with it a little bit.
All the sets,
I think it does have
there's like not one really good set in it. I mean, I suppose the place at the end, but you never really get a good look at it. It's like a lot of the.
I do like that. I think the casino looks pretty good.
It's
like
fine,
that.
yeah. But even Sanchez's house, like when you get to the house and it's he's got this place right next to the pool and everything. It's like, well, how could this not be awesome? But it's for some reason it's kind of not. I don't know. It just seems kind of tacky, I guess. I know I'm in the minority. Though. A lot of people. Pedro loves License to Kill. Pedro says it's better than Living Daylights.
Cool.
Hypervoxel says License to Kill is one of my favorites. John Riggs says License to Kill, Joe's favorite.
No, I don't think you're. I mean, it wasn't really accepted at the time it was released. It was kind of worldwide, in the United States it did terrible, but worldwide it actually made a little bit more than A View to a Kill with its gross, which it was a few years apart, but but in the U.S. it was a complete disaster. Yeah, it didn't do well at all. It had a lot of stiff competition too. I mean, that was a summer, of Batman, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Lethal Weapon 2, and so on.
Summer for movies. Talk about
It was. It really was. Yeah.
That summer was almost so good that it was almost like if the Bond movie's not so great, it's okay because there was just so much.
I know. Yeah. I don't like that so much. Hey, you got like 4 other choices.
Talia Green says Dario and Sanchez. Talia Green says Dario and Sanchez make License to Kill for me. They're very good. I have to.
Both those guys are great actors. And that's something that we did, Joe and I, in our review. And I'm a little pissed at us for myself really for not really bringing up Benicio del Toro. We didn't really talk about him, and we got so wrapped up in other stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much his debut. I don't really remember seeing him before then, but he might have like a credit or two. But he looks
like he's 16 in that movie. I mean, it's pretty.
I know, right? He does. Yeah. It's a shame that he's not in it a little more. And I know because of the story, the way they have him, where they have the fight in the barrel of the bar, and he knows who Bond is. So you have to have him out of the story for a while, and then he recognizes him later. Yes. But I would have liked it if he had been a little more involved with the story.
Darth Eddie says License to Kill was the spiritual successor to Honor Majesty's Secret Service. Boy, that's kind of a bold statement.
I know where he's going with that because, it's kind of the revenge picture we didn't get after Honor Majesty's Secret Service. They even, like we've talked about, they even mentioned in the film about Bond's marriage to Tracy and so forth. So I think, I never looked at it at the time as like that, but in recent years I kind of have. I said, oh yeah, it kind of, it's kind of that revenge picture we never got.
Yeah, that is probably the best argument there is for License to Kill. I agree with you there, but it's almost like I don't know. It's almost like it's almost like walking up to a guy you see on the street and punching him in the face and say, "That was for the thing you did to me in kindergarten." That was a weird analogy, but
let me mark this down as undecided.
Oh my god!
So if I get punched in the face tomorrow, I have you to thank. Thank you.
Shane Mackey totally agrees with these
guys.
I
just love the I love the cast too, like Robert Davi. I think he's one of the great James Bond villains. He does a great job in that. I love Felisa Soto, Carrie Lowell. Anthony Zerbe makes a good slimy, little crime associate. Yes, a lot to like in there. Not crazy about the Felix Leiter, David Henderson. I was a big fan of it back in the day, like we've talked about in the review. Yeah, so I loved it.
Scott and I, we saw it a few times.
I'm reading a comment by Shamir Ravji. He says, in Gardner's novelization, Bond and Della actually had a history. Now that's kind of interesting. Because I've always joked about how the two of them are like making out in this movie. Like Bond is kissing Della more than Felix is kissing Della. It's like kind of bizarre. I actually there's almost that implication. So that's kind of interesting. I really need to read that. I know I have it someplace.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think I ever read that. I should have. And at the time, I was so gaga about the
I'll
film.
bet you,
I'm
I'd
surprised I
probably
didn't.
have that even on an audiobook someplace. Maybe I should dig that up and give it a listen finally.
Ah.
Well, you mean you don't have the novelizations by Christopher
right.
Wood to The Spy Who
All
Loved
right.
Me and Moonraker?
No,
right,
I don't.
Joe, it's time for the Spectre trapdoor for Walt, I think.
I'm very badly burned.
All right.
Yeah. Will Ferrell. Yeah. That's funny.
Oh, that's right. Awesome. I was going to watch that the other day. I should have.
Pedro also said, I love the dramatic gun barrel of License to Kill. I do too. The gun barrel is really good. I love the music for it. In fact, somebody said, can you talk about the score to License to Kill? Because I agree. The score is... It was a teeny bit generic for me, but for the most part, I like. I mean, anything Michael Kamen was doing back then was great. Like he did the scores for Die Hard and Lethal Weapon. I mean, I could listen to the Lethal Weapon soundtrack today like it was yesterday, and I just love it.
Yeah, they actually came out. I think it was La La Land Records a few years ago. They came out with a box set of all four of them, all complete soundtracks. I picked that up. It was really good.
Remember how when all the Lethal Weapon soundtracks came out, there was that one track that we could never get our hands on that they wouldn't put out?
Yep.
Yes, it was. It's that
action beat.
It's that action cue when they break out. Yeah. I forget what I think it's called. Hollywood Boulevard, I think is what it's called, because that's where all that mayhem takes place. But no, that's great. That's great.
I think that was Clapton's first theatrical album, wasn't it? That he worked on a score.
Might have been. I know David Sanborn's on there too.
Clapton, Clapton, Sanborn, and Michael Kamen. It's spectacular.
Yeah.
Perfect combination. Leo says, actually, no, Ed Swain said the Austin Powers books are much better than the movies. I kind of did a quick level like, what? Oh, okay. And Leo wants to know if we're ever going to do something about the soundtrack. Should we do a series about the soundtracks?
Sure. I mean, we talked about the music of James Bond, I guess, but that more concentrated on the title songs, I think, right?
It was we did that, and but that to me was like much. I love the idea of doing something about the soundtracks, but I felt like doing all the individual songs was a little less unruly. Because you just, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
When you talk about the scores, like that's like you're talking about like, okay, let's talk about this 10, 12 track album, maybe even it's expanded, etc.
Right.
But I think it's definitely worth talking about.
Absolutely. And there's also different, they have expanded soundtracks that are different than from what they originally released on record or LP back in the day. So it is interesting, the differences, and there's sort of a different listening experience. I just recently I had like all the expanded ones in my iTunes, and I recently kind of just said, you know what, I kind of want to put in the shorter versions just to have them, you know, just for a different listening experience, you know.
Very true.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's what you call an uncomfortable silence.
I remember getting in your car, Scott would be like, I got this great album, and it'd be like a soundtrack to a movie, and I was like,
I know.
All right, let's go. And it's like overtures and stuff. We're going past girls. He's got the top down, and we're playing stuff from John Williams.
I couldn't figure it out, man. Well, the chicks weren't digging it. I didn't get it.
It was a chick magnet. What are you talking about? Right there. Those were all over him.
And then, but yeah, and then Walt would then he'd bring, you know, but then you introduced me to music like Stevie Ray Vaughan and so forth. So yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm a total blues nut. So
and Willie Nelson. Yeah. Yeah.
I like just different music, and it used to get me beat up in school, but it was worth a try.
Right.
You know?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, what's funny is I was liking blues before it got really popular and hip, and it was funny. It was just like I'd be talking in music class. I'm like, yeah, but what about this guy? And they'd just like look at me like I had three heads. Like, you don't want to talk about the Pet Shop Boys? No, not really. Duran Duran, I know you guys like them on this channel.
I know you were a big Rick Ashley and Pet Boys fan. I can say that straight.
That and Wham! Right? I got my concert T-shirts. Yeah.
Walt used to always say, "Wake me up before you go."
You know, was interesting. Back throughout the '80s, the music didn't seem cool. It just seemed like, oh man, because we had come out like late '60s with all experimentation in music, and then the '70s with the great rock bands and so forth, and then you kind of got to the '80s and you're like, wow, what's all this fluff? Yeah. And it kind of wasn't appreciated back then. You were kind of anti '80s vibe, but now looking back on it, it's kind of fun. It's kind of a fun era.
It's funny. I actually got back into Huey Lewis and the News recently.
Yeah, right.
I was like, these guys actually can really play well. I like them. Yeah. I know Joe's a huge Duran Duran and Cyndi Lauper fan, and so. Who did you like? Oh, wait a minute. Joe, you liked George Michael.
I still do. What was the song?
I remember.
I admitted on this podcast that I like Madonna. I like some of the older stuff. What are you gonna do? I'm not gonna lie.
The older stuff was better. Yeah, the older stuff was more talented.
It's a complete fluff bubblegum stuff, but it kind of takes me also back to that era. That's
my wife Melinda
story.
Loves,
I'm sticking to it.
Melinda's my wife. She absolutely loves 80s music, and she will find radio stations like I didn't know existed. Right? Yeah, and it's just like, for the longest time, I used to be like, if I hear Pet Shop Boys or Boy George, but then it's kind of like, all right, it's kind of fun going down memory lane with that stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
Surprised Boy George wasn't in one of the Bond films. I'm just kidding.
He actually wrote a song for No Time to Die, Boy George. I think there's some story behind why he did it, because one of the people that they were actually talking to, I guess he had like a little feud with, so he decided he was just going to make one and try to make it better. I got it someplace. It's fine. Wow.
Speaking of,
I learned something new.
Just get it back to Bond just a little bit. I also have these. These are the License to Kill.
Man.
Lobby cards there.
Joe, these will be coming to your house, FedEx tomorrow.
That's right, FedEx.
Scott's totally going to put it in as well.
Tank your scene action there?
Scott's going to put it in as well. That if I go prematurely, Joe gets all my Bond stuff.
There you go.
At least all the License to Kill items.
These are actually, I think these were the British lobby cards, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Cool. Hey, what's the story? Why did Timothy Dalton stop doing them?
There was some legal things going on. They had to stop making the movies for a while.
Yeah, it has all to do with that Kevin McClory and the
Raymond
Thunderball
Castle
and
says
all
they can't stand Huey Lewis, but I love Cyndi Lauper. Cool.
There you go.
And who doesn't? That's what I have to say. Yeah. True colors.
Cyndi Lauper, right? She peaked at She-Bop. There was after that there was you couldn't get better than She-Bop.
Is that the one where she was with the wrestler or something?
That was a couple video. With Captain Lou Albano, the capper, of course.
Yes, that's it.
But here's
Cyndi Lauper still looks good at her age. She still looks good.
There you go.
Here's
there you go.
Yeah, that's a lobby card. I think that's Swedish. I think.
How did you get these?
Is it the Hotch?
How did you get those?
I got these. You know where I got these from? Or they had these conventions in New York City, like these sci-fi conventions, and they would sell these lobby. At the time, it wasn't that far removed from when these were released, like the Dalton ones and stuff. So I bought them. I mean, they were like you buy a series of these, they were like $10 or something. But yeah, I thought they were really cool. And at the time, I was really into Dalton Bond, so I was like, hell yeah.
Kyle says, I used to like her older stuff, Borderline.
Oh, this is a good picture. This is a good picture of both of them. Yeah. And I'll show you one here. This one here is a little PG-13, but I thought you got. Here you go.
Oh, right. Oh. Little side move.
Yeah, I was like, foreign version. There you go.
Kyle is quoting Mr. Blue from Reservoir Dogs, talking about Madonna.
Oh yeah. You know what? And I meant to say that last time. I was like, yeah, after that Papa Don't
That's
Preach
exactly
phase,
what
I
he just
tuned out.
said. Yeah. Good one, Kyle.
I tuned out way before that. So. Oh, when she popped up on MTV Music Awards for like a virgin, we never saw anything like that before. There
It's
was
true.
no act like her, and she knew.
Right.
She knew what she was doing, and she actually made
Oh,
a name
yeah.
for herself.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
teenage boys around the world loved it.
This is true.
Yeah. I remember watching the Papa Don't Preach video over and over and over, and I said to myself, I swear her boob pops right out at that scene right there.
I'll be sitting there freeze framing in crummy VHS. I know.
I'm like, her whole boob is out. How am I not seeing nipple?
You always want to do that whole Blade Runner thing? Stop. Enhance.
Right.
360. Enhance.
Which apparently they do in every police precinct, too, according to most of the crime shows.
Yeah. Right.
I tell you, I did you see the new Blade Runner, Scott or Joe? Did you guys see that?
I didn't
see it. It didn't.
I thought it was pretty great.
I have to give it another shot because I had a hard time with it too. I was really bored with it, but I think I've heard a lot of people give it a lot of praise. I might have to give it another shot.
It's a bit of a slow burn. It's not like the previous film. It's not in a rush. It's not in a hurry. It's got some great stuff in it. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Jerome says, yeah, clearly have to go with Cyndi Lauper because Huey Lewis was never in the World Wrestling Federation. So that's a very valid argument there.
There you go. Yeah.
Lorenzo would like to talk about the Brosnan era. What do you guys feel about the Pierce Brosnan run?
Oh, sure. Good, not so hot. Good, not so hot.
As a casual fan, I thought they were okay. He was, to me, it just seemed like he was phoning a lot of it in when I was watching a lot of them. It's just.
I would argue against that. I think that I think he's really trying very hard. I think he's the best element of those films. I think that in all those. I don't think for me personally. I think he gives good performances in all those films, and I think like Tomorrow Never Dies and Die Another Day. They're not great films, but from my point of view, but I think he's always given his all. I really do.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just when we saw Daniel Craig come back, I was like, that was great. When he
I
couldn't believe it. I still watch that movie over and over and over.
Yeah.
So I think you gave it to me for my 40th birthday.
It was a revelation because I think the series seemed to be in. I mean, I was thinking at the climax of Die Another Day, I said, wow, where are we going with this series,
Yeah.
The producers, though, have a great way of kind of turning things around when they sense that it's going too far in one direction. That's sort of like their sort of secret recipe.
Yeah. Agent Debonair says Tomorrow Never Dies is my favorite. Scott, would you concur?
Oh,
I know a lot of people love that one. That one just it's the execution for that one that does not work for me. I do not like I'm very when I start to analyze it, I think I'm very much into like how a scene is structured, where the camera is placed, when it's right to go for close up, when it's right for two shot, and that movie just doesn't care. It just like it puts the whole movie into like a blender and then puts it together again. I just don't care for that, and that's a legitimate aesthetic style. It's very popular back then and even nowadays. But it's not. I don't like that run, jump, and shoot type of editing.
Yeah.
I like because when you're in a and I've said this before, but real quick, when you're in a when pace is everything, you sacrifice everything else. Any kind of subtext, any kind of little moments, they all kind of go by the wayside because you got to get to that next scene and you're rushing forward. But that's my take on it.
Although GoldenEye did produce the greatest game.
Yeah.
It did.
Oh my God. We would spend marathon hours playing that game. Like I still like would come home at like 3 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, because we
That's
played
true.
like all
That is
night.
true. That is
Get up for work.
true. Yeah.
People were like, were you partying? I was just playing GoldenEye all night. You know.
I remember one time we were trying to beat some of the single player maps as well. And I remember this one where you had to set everything up and you had to do it just right. But it took you like 5 or maybe 5 to 10 minutes to get to the map to get to the end. And if you screwed up, you have to start all over again. And I remember like 2:30 in the morning screaming at the top of my lungs, things I can't repeat here. Are you like, no!
Did you guys see? I'm reading. John Lennon said, "Don't diss the Irishman. Pierce is a legend." Did you guys see the Foreigner? Did we talk about that already?
Yes. Yeah, I thought that was great, and it's I don't know if you see it, Walt, but it's a film with Pierce Brosnan and Jackie Chan. And it's pretty much marketed as a Jackie Chan movie, and he was really good in it. He does a few little action pieces here and there, but it's not really about that. But Pierce Brosnan is fantastic in it. If you doubt his acting ability, check that movie out.
I honestly, I kind of felt like it was a teeny bit mismarketed too, because like you said, they took all the Jackie Chan parts and sort of marketed it as a Jackie Chan movie. But it's a legit thriller.
Right.
I mean, it's a legit action thriller. I mean,
it is.
I thought it was
very.
excellent.
It's a great movie.
What year did that
Not
come
that
out?
long ago. 4 years ago.
2 or 3 years, maybe 2 or 3 years ago now. Maybe 2016,
At the most,
maybe.
sure.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'll definitely take a look at that one.
Yeah, I mean, but Pierce, his performance really blew me away. Wasn't expecting
Totally.
that.
Well,
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I think Raymond Castle said, "I would stick up for The World Is Not Enough. It isn't very popular today, but at the time, I thought it was one of my favorites, and I still have a soft spot for it." I totally agree with that.
I do too. I think we were Joe and I were discussing it as we went over. We did our reviews of the Brosnan era and so forth. I think I might like World Is Enough a little bit better than GoldenEye now. And I always put GoldenEye at the top, but I think during this thing, I think World Is Enough just edged it just a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah,
I'm kind of there too. I always felt like The World Is Not Enough I felt like it was it had the most rewatchability for me, honestly. So yeah. I mean,
fantastic opening scene too.
Yeah, totally.
Well, my
Thames River, good stuff.
I've actually been. I actually, I have to get a little sinus surgery tomorrow, so I'm going to have a few days where I'm not going to be doing much. I actually broke out that box set you gave me, the Bond anniversary one.
Oh,
I've been actually watching them, and Melinda's been watching them with me too, which is cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, yeah.
Are you going in a film order, like from
yes.
back?
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, cool.
And then she actually, we saw Skyfall together in the movie theaters, and I was surprised. Yeah, and we loved it. We thought it was really, really good. It was
that's awesome.
Cool.
That's
by the way,
cool.
I'm hearing that
It's
The
kinda
Foreigner
neat
is
for
actually
her.
on Netflix, so you could probably check it out on Netflix. And it's a Martin Campbell film, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, I had forgotten that. No wonder it's so good.
Seriously.
I got it right here.
I had forgotten he had done that because he did that Green Lantern, which everybody just hates. I thought it was okay superhero movie. Everybody else,
I never saw it.
Oh, well, whatever. I thought it was. Oh, you never saw it? It's not bad. I mean, it's at the time. I think it was like early in the Marvel MCU thing. So you had like Captain America, Thor, and I was like, honestly, the Green Lantern. It's no better or worse than that first Thor movie. Kind of, sorta. But I know I'd probably get backlash on that. But I've come to later like the Thor movie better. But like the first couple Thor movies, I wasn't so. I thought it was like,
well,
okay.
They were fine. They were just good. They're okay. Yeah, it took them a while before they really kind of got their groove and started to relax and have fun with that character. Yeah, I agree with that.
It was great. It was great when they started integrating him into when the Avengers and all that. That was great. Yeah.
I started watching all the Iron Man movies, and it's funny, from the first one to the last one, like you could see how the film evolved. Even like the film stock was it wasn't as good in the first one. It was really grainy and stuff. I'm like, ooh, look at this. But by the last one, no, it's like fantastic. I was like,
you mean Iron Man 3?
Iron Man, yeah, the Iron Man. I was watching that. I'm like, man, like the first one looks so much different compared to the last one. Like everything, even just the directing and the storyline. It just
It's interesting in this age. You brought up something interesting. Do you remember going back in the day? You go see a movie and you go, yeah, that movie was really good, but it was really grainy.
Yeah.
But nobody said that back in the day. But now it's like, and even I've done it where you like, wow, you watch a movie, and, oh, it's really grainy.
What's
That's weird, isn't it? I don't know. No, I'm just saying movies in general. I mean, back in the day, we'd go see a movie, like say you're walking out of the movie, you wouldn't really say, great film, but boy, was that grainy.
Yeah.
you just like, hey, it was on a big screen, it looked great, and you didn't really talk much about that. And at least in our circle of friends, we didn't. But now I think there's a little more of a, you have these 4K televisions and so forth. There's more of a critical eye on that kind of thing, because it is noticeable. Sometimes if it transfer, it doesn't do it right, and like if they don't manage the grain just right, it can be a little distracting. Yeah, I love grain, but yeah.
The movie Looker. Remember the movie Looker? It's one of our favorite films. Mm-hmm. That's another one that every copy I've seen since is like really grainy. It's like the saturation in it is too much.
I got the Blu-ray of that, and it looks good.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's not great, but it is grainy. You're right. Now that I think about it, it is grainy, but it's about as good as it's going to look. What's interesting about that Blu-ray release is they had, I guess when they televised it, they had an extended cut of it, and there were scenes I had never seen before. I mean, they were like 4:3 pan and scan, but it was still fascinating to watch because I hadn't seen those scenes ever. And it was like, wow, cool.
Oh, did you ever see Looker?
Yes, starring Kincaid, starring Albert Finney, a younger Albert Finney. Yep.
Yes, Albert Finney.
Yeah.
I remember when I was younger, it was a
Susan Day.
Had boobs in it. That's more or less all I remember. But it had
right. It was a staple of HBO, right? HBO showed that every other day.
Daytime boobs. It was great.
And you're like, oh, Looker's on. You're like, Looker's on. Remote down. You're watching Looker.
Totally.
It was either that or the 5 o'clock news or whatever. Or Hollywood
so Leo
Squares
M
whatever,
is asking, which in your opinion is the best non-English or American actor to ever star in a Bond film? For example, Mads Mikkelsen. Like just American.
Oh, you mean the European actor?
I guess he's like an American non-English actor. I'll say Jack Lord as Felix Leiter is one. Mads Mikkelsen is interesting, but I kind of felt like felt like it was going to be sort of a spin-off and never really happened. Like he had a little too much gravitas for such a small part. Who else?
Mads Mikkelsen? You mean like Lashif?
Oh. Yes, but who was I? Why was I thinking? I was thinking of oh damn it, Michael Madsen is who I was thinking of as I was reading that.
Oh right. It'd be funny if like they had like a Lashif spinoff, and it was like a sitcom TV show. It'd be like Lashif.
He's Lashif. They should do it kind of like Cobra Kai style, where it's like Lashif is like the good guy and it's sort of like from the other guy's angle.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that's coming. Yeah, I'm sure that's coming. But anyway.
Oh my god, I can't wait for Cobra Kai season 3. I'm so anxious for that.
I haven't seen it. I heard that Cobra Kai is a good show.
Well, have you seen it?
Never seen it. I don't. I think it's like YouTube Plus or YouTube Red.
You have to see it. Cobra Kai from the get-go. I said to myself, "This is genius," and I said, "I can't tell." It was almost like you ever see like a comedy or something funny in a movie, and you're laughing hysterical, and you literally don't know if you're laughing with it or at it. Like you can't tell. Were they that smart that I'm? That's Cobra Kai. Like Cobra Kai to me was like, I mean, it was genius. It was like the perfect balance of, like it was, and it sort of starts out as kind of like this sort of twist on, like seriously, it's the story from the point of view of Johnny Lawrence, that he kind of got done dirty by this guy who showed up in his town and picked a fight and stuff and stole his girlfriend, and it's like this perfect balance of like nostalgia and like, just sort of exploring what these characters might be like today. I mean, I loved it. And And there are moments where it legit
I
gets
have
kind of
to do,
over
like,
the top, and you're kind of like, "What the hell is happening?" But like, it's just good, really good.
Right. I actually, I should do like a Karate Kid thing because, like, just watch the movies and then watch the series. That would be kind of fun. I even watched recently. Somehow I watched. Remember the next Karate Kid
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Hilary
Oh my
Swank?
God.
Yep.
Hilary Swank in there.
Yeah.
I haven't
Which
catch
one
it
did
when it
Will
was like.
Smith's kid do?
Oh, that's the one with Jackie Chan. That's
Oh,
like sort of the
terrible.
reboot or the remake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see. You know, to
I
be
didn't
honest with
see
you,
that one. Yeah,
I
I
think
mean, I
on the
love
Karate Kid
Jackie.
too. I kind of
I love
tuned out.
Jackie, but I didn't see that.
Hey, do you guys have Amazon? Have you watched the show Hunters
No.
with
I
Al
did
Pacino?
watch that. I didn't. I heard that was good though.
Wow. My
Is it
mother-in-law
good?
started watching it when she was down here visiting us. And I sat in on it, and the show is absolutely amazing. And Al
Really?
Pacino, it's Al Pacino. It's just like,
Right.
wow, the guy, it's a great, great show. I
I'm
think
gonna have
give
to.
it a chance.
You know what? You're not the first person that said that to me. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, the Hunters on
Yeah.
Amazon. Give it a
Yeah.
try. So,
Oh, so I got two series to watch here.
right. Have you seen The Mandalorian?
I have not.
Are you on your
Dude.
mind? I gotta go.
I don't. I don't. I mean, I don't have Disney Plus.
Just
What can I say?
you know what? I'll hook you up with that. That you have to. Mandalorian, I swear to God, is the best Star Wars.
I feel
It's
like
the
I
best
have,
Star Wars
though.
since 1983, like easily.
Yes. Wait, wait. Rogue One
One
though.
is
You
great
gotta put
too.
Rogue One in there.
I loved Rogue One too.
Yeah.
It's The Mandalorian. You'll watch like the first episode and be like, why is this so hard, Disney? This is exactly what Star Wars should have been all along. It's a little simple premise. It's genius. It's like why was this so hard?
Yes.
Okay.
And Scott, you'll notice too at the Mandalorian when you watch it, there's a lot of tip of the hats to the old westerns from the probably the 50s, 60s, and 70s. You're going to be like, wow, I've seen that before. It's like, but it's done in such a way that Disney really got it right with this one. I don't care for any of the last films at all, but even the ones before that where Lucas came back and did them. You know me, I hate those films. But Joe's right. Since '83, this is the best Disney. The best Star Wars product.
It reminds me of that. Reminds me of that line from True Romance with Christopher Walken. Speaking of Christopher Walken, he's like, "I haven't killed anybody since 1984."
That's it. Yeah,
So Patrick Thomas asked, do you think that the Bond franchise needs a Kevin Feige type producer to take the reins going forward?
That'd be great. I vote for David Zariski. No, he loves he loves it all, and he would be a great steward.
Jamie Jamel says, "Don't start that Star Wars rant like last stream." Do we gonna?
Right. I purposely said, "Do not mention Last Jedi. Do not mention Last Jedi." I was saying that in my head when they're talking about it.
Hey, what would be worse, a Disney Star Wars film directed by Michael Bay? I think that'd be awful, wouldn't it?
I think Michael Bay would have made it at least mildly interesting, possibly.
Oh my God! I think I watched. What was it? Pearl Harbor. I watched about 5 minutes of that, and because he can't keep a camera still, I was getting motion sickness. It was just like this guy can't keep a camera still.
I saw one of his Transformer movies in the theater. I think it was like Dark Side of the Moon or something. But it's like the first hour of this like kind of like this bad comedy, but then he gets into like some interesting action scenes. Like they had this one, it was amazing. It was an amazing scene where a car is racing down a highway, and all of a sudden it turns into one of those Transformer things. Yeah. And the CGI and the wickedness of it was so cool, but it's so hard to enjoy because it's so cut. It's cut so like every 3 seconds. You can't savor any of it. But that being said, I mean, the guy does have some talent. I mean, he came out of, MTV and that whole thing. I think a director like him is great for like 2 or 5 minutes. Like you have to get somebody's attention for 5 minutes. He's great in that context. But in like a 2-hour plus movie, maybe not so much.
Pedro says it's great to chat with you guys. Let's start the Never Say Never Again review campaign.
There you go.
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off.
There you go.
Well, I cut you off there. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just laughing.
Shamir says he actually likes the song. Or like he says, I don't mind the song from Never Say Never Again. Found it kind of catchy.
You know what?
Never.
And I think Joe will attest to this. That Cue the Music did a cover of that, and it was really great. Have you heard the Cue the Music version of that?
The Never Say Never Again song?
I never say never again. Cue the Music is like a James Bond cover band, Walt. That actually Joe saw in person. I haven't seen him in person, but I've seen some clips on YouTube. They also did one for the Spectre, The Writings on the Wall. They did a cover of that, and all of a sudden that song worked for me because the female vocalist killed it, and I was just like, this is a really good song.
I told you that they did a cover of the Quantum of Solace song, and all of a sudden I was like, this is so good. Yeah,
it is.
They are spectacular.
Yeah.
It's
really good.
Cue the Music, letter Q.
Yeah, they really are.
As opposed to CUE.
Yeah. I know the Bond films. I know.
Joe, Camino says, "Have you ever seen Star Wars Theory?" Yes, that's the YouTube channel. Yes, I've definitely seen that channel. It's very good stuff. Talia Green says, "Fatima Blush is the best femme fatale next to Fiona Volpe."
You know, you're right. I was doing I'm behind the scenes here. I'm doing a thing, and I was researching Never Say Never Again. And Barbara Carrera actually got, I think it was an Emmy nomination for her performance. Or was it an Academy Award? She might have gotten an Academy Award nomination for that. Oh no, was it an Emmy? Anyway, she was award nominated for her performance in Never Say Never Again.
Wow.
There you go.
Cheers. I need to refill myself. We'll be right back.
Okay, so now, guys, again, so you guys don't like my Manischewitz. So what's a good Bond type of drink should I get? I mean,
you could get the vodka martini, shaken not stirred.
Oh, well, can I buy it in a bottle?
You're actually asking a great question. I am probably not the best guy to answer, but Joe can give
the empty chair.
Yeah.
The empty chair. So
So you know what? It's all right. We'll just wait here.
Anybody smokes? Light them if you got them.
Man, didn't we have a man? Is a man? Oh, Shevitz. Wasn't that like a joke we had? Or was that
I don't know. Did we?
You know, I don't think I have to say, I don't think I've ever had Manischewitz. So what's it like? Is it like grape juice?
Yeah, it's a very sweet, fruity type of wine. And I know there's a lot of wine connoisseurs out there. I have not a clue about wine or anything like that. You know, I just know white wine. I cook with white wine. That's about it. And then I really need to like brush up on this, I guess.
Yeah, no. I didn't know anything about wines either. I still don't really that much. I know maybe just a little to get by. You know, like in a restaurant, I can order decently depending what I'm getting. But you know, if questioned a little too much, I think that the gig would be up. You know, I'd be
the funniest thing happened.
They're on to me.
Melinda and I went to this really fancy restaurant in Disney Springs years ago, and it was a really, really nice place. And we sit down and we order these fish dishes and these great desserts.
Is that the place of the big dinosaurs? No.
No.
That's T-Rex.
Yeah, that's T-Rex. But this place was actually the Fulton Fish House or something. I don't know what it was. But it was, I ordered, these really good salmon dishes and great things. And then he's sitting there and he's like, what kind of wine you want? And I'm like, I don't know, Diet Coke? The guy looked at us like we had no heads. He was just like, and he just like
Kyle says, well, you've come to the right place because Joe and I are the drinks of James Bond guys.
Yes. Oh, you were just asking. Walt just asked a question. You know, we were talking about. Well, I don't know. James Bond. So, what are some of the drinks of James Bond, Joe? Besides the obvious vodka martini.
Obviously, I'm not going to have a whole liquor cabinet in my house. It's just something I can go buy. Like
yeah. No, that's an interesting question, though.
Yeah, thank you.
No, you're
I'll tell you what.
you're buying all this stuff.
I'll ask our the people viewing. I'll say, all right, what are the drinks of James Bond? What are your guys' favorite cocktails of James Bond? Because Lord knows I talked enough about it. Kyle says I recommend the Vesper, but it's a stiff drink.
Yeah.
I'll try it.
Plus, you have to get the good stuff to make it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You guys come on down. I'll get you a Vesper.
It's right. Scott and I one time, remember we got vodka martinis at the Old Forge?
That's probably not the best place to get one. But
it was disgusting. It was like, it tasted, first off, it was the driest drink I've ever had in my life. I finally understood what a dry drink was because it like stuck to my tongue. And it was
Just
horrible.
A big old glass of vodka, basically?
Yeah.
I think they served it in one of those red plastic glasses too. Right?
And a red Solo cup?
You mean a
red Solo cup?
Yeah.
Here's your martini,
So Jamie and Brian said the mint julep. I definitely agree with that. That is a fantastic Bond cocktail.
Okay.
That's what I want to make this summer.
Yeah.
I want to have a mint julep.
Mojitos. Giorgio says a mojito. The mojitos are spectacular.
Oh,
yeah.
There's a place down here at Disney Springs that makes those. I'm going to actually run in and get one time.
Cool.
There you go. You have to get the Vesper. Jerome says, but make sure you use the Cokie Americano. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
The Vesper.
Yes.
Did you have, Scott, did we have one of those in Atlanta when we were at the convention going on there? Or what passed for a convention?
There was... right. There was one place, I think I took you over to it because they had, I don't know if it was that time or whatever, but maybe that was before. But there's one place we went to it, like supposedly they had it was actually on the menu, a Vesper. And I did not pass Joe's test. It didn't pass muster. I was like, oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Joe, Scott and I highly recommend the Old Forge for a dry martini. So
they finally somebody bought that. They finally changed the name of that place.
What's it called?
It was called Maggie's.
The New Forge?
Maggie's?
Called it the New Forge. Yeah, Maggie's. Somebody like a local guy I think bought it and took it over. And it's kind of like it's actually decent. I wish they would redo the inside of it. Remember how it used to be? It almost had like this kind of like ski lodge feel to it. Like it was dark wood with these like nice comfy boots.
Yeah.
Whoever took it over after the last owner, they painted the walls white. They took all the booths out. That's awful. Like it's so weird when you walk in there. But somebody finally went in and took it over and changed it. And they're doing their best to fix it up, make it a little nicer. And it is. They're doing a good job. But
oh, that's cool. Yeah, the setup in there was pretty good. I don't know why they would change that up so much.
Yeah.
I guess so.
I used to work there.
Did you really?
Yeah, remember I used to work for Mr. Driscoll. I worked one summer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and one of our friends' fathers was a really bad alcoholic, and I sold him his last six-pack, and he died that afternoon. I remember just being like, "Oh my God, did they find like a six-pack on the floor?" Because I sold him that. So, and Scott used to tease me like, "Yo, you killed his dad."
I'm a terrible person. What can I say?
It's like, was his liver okay? He didn't die from liver failure, did he?
That was tragic. I knew him too. Yeah. He was a good friend of ours. That was what.
But that affected me. I was like, I can't work here. I just killed the guy.
It wasn't your fault, man. He's a grown man. He can make his own decisions. You just happen to be the guy.
Actually, to be honest,
I was bartending for a couple of years, and I remember my first bartending gig, and thinking it was going to be like I was going to be making, fancy cocktails for fancy people. And the first place I worked at, I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I'm just contributing to these people's slow alcohol poisoning.
If I'm going to be totally truthful, I just hated working there, so I used his death as an excuse to quit.
Yeah, I think that when in a bar, it's interesting. You get people there just there for one reason, maybe just to get drunk, And when I was younger, sometimes that was my goal too. But nowadays, I'm completely different about that. Like just enjoying, the drink and the thing. I mean, I did a shot and a half here, but but
I'm right. I mean, if you're drinking to enjoy yourself and relax and have a good time, I mean, I mean, I would stand behind the bar and watch these people, and it's just like, why are you here? Because life's taking too long. So yeah, I mean, there's a big difference. I mean,
yeah. So but I just enjoy it, and I can just like have one drink and walk away, and that's great. I mean, some people, they have a problem with that, and I did at one point, I think, but I beat it down.
yeah.
I've always been like addicted to junk food. I think like chocolate cake and cookies. I can't stop eating them.
I could too. Yeah.
I'm down to one sleeve a day of Oreo cookies, and I'm telling you right now. Okay?
Oh, you should tell your Oreo cookie story. We've got off subject.
What about the Twinkie?
No, well, I'm just kidding. What about the Twinkie?
Well, my wife loves the icing inside of the Oreo cookie, and I just got done working all day, and I got home, and I was like, I'm going to have an Oreo cookie, and got the milk ready. I opened up the package, and she'd eaten all the cream out of the cookies and left just the boring cookies in there for me. And Scott loves that story.
I love that story.
But in her defense, I love that woman, so she can eat the icing. I'll take the leftovers. Yeah.
It's just so funny, like you're at work, you're sweating, you're like, I can't wait to get home with the class.
I can't wait. You're like womp womp. It's like just eating crust on a sandwich. I was like, are you kidding?
I found this place by me that has really good cookies. I think it's called Annie's or something, but it's in Kroger's around here, and they're really good. Sometimes you find them on the markdown bin for like $2.50. Really good stuff. But anyway, we're way off subject here.
James Bond and cookies.
James Bond and cookies.
He didn't really eat snacks in the movies. Did he ever eat? You ever see James Bond eat cake or anything? Like, it was always just food, drink, and sex. You never saw him eat dessert. Yeah. Unless someone out there knows.
You have Le Bamba Surprise.
Oh, that's true. Okay, you're right.
Diamonds Are Forever. I don't know if he ever eats it, though, but yeah.
Joe's favorite Bond film from the era.
Bomb surprise.
Hey, do you guys count the Sean Connery film he did in '78 as Bond as one of them?
83.
Oh, you mean 80? It's 80. 83.
83. It's 83. Yeah.
Do I count it? No. Well.
Yeah.
No and yes. Yes and no.
I think we saw that in the movie, Scott.
It's possible.
Yeah, we did.
I think I remember the first time I saw it. I think it was at a drive-in. At that Warwick Drive-in there.
Yes, the Warwick Drive-in.
That's where I remember seeing it.
I haven't seen that film probably since 1983. So,
is that right?
Yeah, it was. Even being a Connery fan,
it has its charms.
It does. It was good to see him back.
Yeah, it was. He's having a good time in it. You could tell.
Yeah, he is. Kim Basinger. What's wrong with that? Yeah.
I swear to God, I was going to say the same thing. Cummings going to be so mad when he sees this.
You see one interview where he's on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Yep. They ask him who played the first James Bond villain, and he's like, Albert R. Broccoli. He actually said that. Yeah.
That's funny.
Talia Green says, "Yep, I count Never Say Never Again."
There you go.
I think there's some great stuff in there. I think Klaus Maria Brandauer there, great as Largo. He made a great Largo. Barbara Carrera. I even like Kim Basinger in it. I think she gives an underrated performance. I was watching it recently, and I'm like, she's playing this sort of in between. This girl that's kind of stuck in between these two guys, really well. I thought.
Yeah, it's funny. I was watching the movies again. I'm kind of getting back into them, like I was telling you, and I was like, wow, I need to get that one because it's got to be in there. It's got to be in part of this collection. For me at least. I was like, I can see it.
Interestingly enough, the Blu-ray went out of print in the United States. And I don't know why. I'm sure it's going to come back, especially with the No Time to Die coming out whenever. I'm sure it's going to surface again. And the UK has it, but the only thing with the UK version is that, that scene, he's escaping from the castle with Kim Basinger, and they go off the cliff with the horse. They cut that because of, like, in the UK they have these very strict laws about cruelty to animals and stuff like that. So they cut that scene in the UK version. So if you have the international version, but the US cut has it. Well, it still does, but yeah, that's one Bond film that's kind of gone out of print on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I completely forgot about it, and I'm watching the movies. Yeah. I'm like, what am I missing here? And I'm like, oh my god!
But it is readily available on streaming, though.
Oh, then I have to look it up.
Yeah, I think it might even be on, like, every now and then. It's weird. Like, Amazon will have them, then they take them down, and then they're on again. Yes.
Yeah, I was just looking, and Amazon has no Bond films on there whatsoever.
Really? They did it. Even a month ago, they were on there. Yeah.
Joe, you'll appreciate this. I went to go. I was like, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to watch Raiders, and I'm going to watch Temple of Doom. And I had them set up in my Amazon queue. They're gone. I have to pay for them to see them. I'm like, I'm not paying to see them.
It's not on. Oh, maybe that has something to do with the Disney Plus thing, because Lucasfilm is now under the Disney umbrella.
I'll have to see if they're yet. I don't know if they're on Disney Plus yet, but yeah,
they probably will surface on there eventually, I would imagine.
Yeah, I was all ready. I had my jacket on, my fedora, I had a whip, had an idol in one hand, So it's funny, just going back.
That brings up a good point. That's why I kind of like movies like that. I like to have hard copies of, because, a good example of I just heard the news today. With everything that's been going on in the world, they're talking about Gone with the Wind, and they took that off HBO Max for the time being, and then they want to put a disclaimer and everything on it. And I think, but I can go watch that today. I'm not going to, but it's 4 hours.
I actually, I saw that in the movie theater. I saw that on the big screen.
Yeah. Oh, Gone with the Wind. One night that was something I was going to watch with my mother, right? And she had seen it before and everything, but we were going to kind of sit down and do that one night. We never got to it because she passed away. And so for the longest time, that movie, and I got like a nice set of it, it's like this big box set. And for a long time, I couldn't watch it. I couldn't do it. And then one night I said, you know what? Let's just sit down and watch it. And I did. And I think I spread it over like 2 nights. I did like because it is 4 hours almost. Yes. So yeah, I did like when the intermission came, I said, okay, I'll take a break. Came back and but
it's actually
it's funny. I think
it's a solid.
That's
film.
one of those movies. Like there's always a couple like classics that you just never got around to seeing.
It's kind of right. Yeah, it's right.
I tell you, I even bought it. Mary told me it was one of her favorite movies, and I bought it like when we first started dating. I think I got it for Christmas on DVD, and it was like a double set or something or other. And we still never got around to putting it in. But then like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, one of the theaters they were showing it. They played it on the big screen, so we went. So I finally got to sit and I watched the whole thing in one shot. It was spectacular.
Now, did they have an intermission with that? Like did they take like a 15-minute break or anything?
Yeah, I can't remember how long, but it was. Yeah, they did take a break between reels or between. Yeah.
About a few years ago, over up here, I got lucky. Well, I've seen this movie a few times. I got lucky on this film, but like 2001: A Space Odyssey, I've seen that. I've seen it in New York on a big screen and everything. But they played it at IMAX around here, and it was part of that A list that I belonged to for AMC. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to go to that. And what was cool about it was that they did the whole intermission thing. They actually took a 15-minute intermission. Even when I saw it in New York, they didn't do that. They just like kind of went through straight, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to get a copy of that. I do.
Hey, Brian G says, Joe and Scott, you're going to...
But I'm sorry, go ahead. No, just real quick on 2001, it's like one of the top 10 films recommended by the Vatican. Cool. So there you go.
Jesus Christ. No, I'm just kidding.
So Brian G says, you're going to laugh at me, but I actually like the Crystal Skull.
Oh,
Yeah,
You're right.
I'll have it. Yeah, yeah.
I actually, Scott, you're going to like this one, Scott. I accidentally purchased that on Amazon and I couldn't get my money back. And I'm like, are you kidding? I hit the wrong button. Yeah.
No,
Hey, but Christmas is coming up soon, and I already have Lethal Weapon and Die Hard set up, my two favorite Christmas movies. So, right there.
yeah. No,
Joe knows what I'm talking about.
The Crystal Skull. I wish that film just did not work for me.
Yeah.
It is well produced and so forth. It's got Spielberg behind the camera. And I think that's the thing, it's like, it's a frustrating movie because the camera is always in the right place, but the story isn't, so that's sort of the frustrating things about the movie,
Yeah. I couldn't get into it was hard for me to get into. After, we're growing up with Indiana Jones, it was kind of like, wow, something was missing from it.
And I typically really like Kate Blanchett. But there she's kind of doing this Boris and Natasha type of thing in that, and it just didn't.
Yeah,
it's one of her rare performances where I don't really care for.
You guys, you spend a lot of time just saying it's just garbage. It's garbage. You're trying to be diplomatic, I see it, but it's just hot garbage. Seriously, you want to know?
That's
all
funny.
you need to know is that Mac character, who's first he's good, then he's bad, then he's good, then he's bad, then he's somewhere in the middle. It just
and he's another great Ray Winstone, I think, right? Great actor. I've seen him in other things. He did this movie called Sexy Beast, which I really like with him and Ben Kingsley. Terrific film. But you see him in that, and it's like he's annoying. He's so good in some other things I've seen him. He's great. Another one that's great. Yeah, that's one of those ones that just didn't gel for me.
Yeah,
and what sucks about that movie now, anytime you buy an Indiana Jones set now, that's like sort of like it's a tag along, You got, you just want the first three, but you got to include that.
Every time I open my Amazon browser, it's reminding me that I purchased it by accident.
You know what sucks too? I hate the way they changed on the cards now, or on the Blu-ray releases, DVD releases, and so forth. They call it Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, no, it's Raiders.
It's not on the film. I think I've talked about this before. I bring this up almost every time I've done it. It really bothers me. It really bothers me. And if they release like a steelbook or something, I just even though I have it already, it just said Raiders of the Lost Ark, I'd buy it. I'm principled.
Well, you were talking about how you accidentally bought that movie.
Scott.
I think I could actually beat you. I actually I had to buy. Well, I shouldn't say had to buy, but I actually purchased Ocean's 8. You want to talk about painful? And every time I open up that app, I got to look at it like it's sitting there. Oh.
I'll be honest. I know we would probably disagree on this. I actually liked Ocean's 8.
How did you like that movie?
Wow.
I thought it was a lot of fun.
I remember sitting there watching.
Come on, there's that opening scene where she gets out of prison, pulls that Sandra Bullock, she pulls that scam, and the music is great in it too. I thought it was a lot of fun, and I had like a little twist at the end. It's a little girl power.
I don't mind the girl power, but it's just a flat out, just like, we're gonna take what you guys did at this movie, do it again, and do it poorly. Like there's a shot where seriously, the whole reason
I thought Anne Hathaway stole the movie. Go ahead. I thought Anne Hathaway was great in it too. I thought she stole the film. I was surprised.
I mean, but stealing that film was like stealing a pack of gum. Like, who could like? I
really enjoyed it. I thought it was just a kind of like a fun, zippy, fun time at the movies.
I remember it was funny because this was like probably 2 summers ago that we were watching this, and I remember my girlfriend and I and her sister-in-law, we were up in Cape Cod. We kind of do the trip every year in August. And it was one night we wanted something to watch, and somebody asked, "Oh, can you get that movie?" And I said, "Yeah." And I for some reason, I guess it was new enough that I couldn't rent it. I'm like, but for $8 I could buy it, I guess. So I did, and that's why I got stuck with it. But even as we're watching it, I'm like, just watching. I'm like, this is beat for beat, just Ocean's 11 again. Like there's a scene where Kate Blanchett, something happens and you see her marching over to go talk to Sandra Bullock's character, and I'm like, watch, she's gonna say, "We need to talk," and she goes, "We need to talk." I'm like, see, because it was just the same story again. and by the way, the ending when they showed how the heist actually happened, when they brought the little Chinese guy from the first one, I'm like, so this is how the girls do the heist? They just brought in the guy who did it the first time? I don't know, it just wasn't my cup of tea.
Oh, for work once.
It's a good formula.
I really love this. Daniel Pepperton does a soundtrack, and it's very listenable. It's a great soundtrack. Actually.
And by the way, Scott, there's a little online debate happening right now, but over Star Trek V. Somebody said,
in the comments?
Somebody said one of the best bad sequels, at least for watching the characters have warm interactions and good dialogue, is Star Trek V. To which Kyle added, it does have some good character moments.
It does. It actually does. There's that whole thing with Cyborg and him going into their pain and all that kind of stuff. And it does lead to some good character moments. It does.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that was pretty good. I think when they're all sitting there singing "Row Row Row Your Boat" at the end, I'm kind of like,
yeah.
But that was interesting too. And I think Kirk, I thought the line when Kirk says something about "I need my pain, I like my pain," like I was like, all right, we're getting.
That's a good moment.
Into,
that's a great. That's a great Kirk moment.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And Scott, you and I single-handedly tried to make that film #1 back in that day.
That's right.
We were like, it's a big deal. We're like, it's great.
Because everybody was saying it sucks, and I saw it's not bad. It's all right. It's not as good as the other one, but it's all right. I really liked. I think Lawrence Luckinbill, who plays Cyborg. I think that's his name. He was really good in that, I thought.
Yeah, he played a really solid role.
Yeah. I saw him. I think I saw him recently. I hadn't seen him in too many other things, and I was watching an Amazon thing. I felt like I was in the mood for an old school Charles Bronson movie, and I put on. I had never seen it. It was called Messenger of Death, but Lawrence Luckinbill was in that too. I halfway through the movie, I was like, I know this guy, and I was like, oh yeah, that's Cyborg. I know who that is. Yeah, but he was good in that.
The other night, Scott, I have to thank you. Where Eagles Dare. I put that back in the DVD player again the other night. I have to get my fix of Where Eagles Dare. I have to get that every once in a while. I just love that.
Yeah,
and A Bridge Too Far. Movie. Oh my God, A Bridge Too Far. I love A Bridge Too Far. I wish it had more Connery in it. I loved his character in that film. A lot of people don't realize how good A Bridge Too Far is.
It is good. It's got some great stuff.
Attenborough was at his best in that directing. It was a fantastic movie.
Didn't they used to call it a movie too long?
I thought it was awesome.
No, it's good. No, I'm kidding. It was
Oh, speaking of that, I have to watch. I still haven't watched Midway yet. I'm waiting until with the surgery where I know I'm kind of stuck in one area. So that steel box on that, I keep looking at that and I'm like, this is. If Joe hasn't seen that, oh my God, what a great packaging on that! Because
it is cool.
On A Bridge Too Far, you're talking about?
Man, he just gave me Midway, the steel box.
It's the steel book.
Steel book, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's a steel book of Midway, but it's like on sort of an artist rendering of the thing. It's really nice. It's really cool. Awesome. When I saw it, I was
I still haven't even seen Midway yet.
It's actually, I saw it. I took it because my father's, big World War II buff, and he wanted to see it. So we went to the movies together to go see it. And he said it's pretty historically accurate. Even though it's it's got like a modern day kind of sensibility as far as the action scenes go and so forth. But yeah, he says it's pretty historically accurate.
Did you hear the complaints people are having about it? Was there's one famous pilot from the Americans. His name was Ensign Gay, and his plane got shot down right pretty much in the center of where all the action was going on, and he watched, holding onto a float, everything unfold. And a lot of the complaints are that they didn't have him in the movie. And I said to them, well, he was already in the first one. Let's see what the other pilots' experiences are. And that's the only thing I've heard negative about the new Midway. Was just
I have to say, typically I like the vintage version, but I sat down and watched I think the 1976 Midway.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I was curious because I had like these butt kickers that I had installed, and my recliners downstairs. And like you watch a movie and you get the heavy bass, it'll like rock your chair and so forth. And the movie was originally released in Sense-Around. Do you remember that? They did a couple of Sense-Around movies like that and Roller Coaster, but supposedly on the Blu-ray, supposedly they had the Sense-Around track on there. So I was like curious as hell to see how that would work, with the butt kickers. And it was cool. It was really neat. Yeah. But the movie itself. The movie itself, they kind of go into the whole. There's like Charlton Heston's son, and this girl he's trying to go with it. That I could live without. But it's Charlton Heston, so.
Land the plane. He's like, it's just great. That's awesome.
Damn dirty apes.
You damn dirty apes.
Get your stinking paws off me.
Damn this hand. But so I'm going to be watching Midway and the rest of the Bond films this week with the recovery.
Oh,
so
cool.
I can't wait.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I got basically carte blanche to sit around and do nothing.
Are you going to watch like every one in a row?
Great,
Are you going to watch all the Bond films?
Yes.
Oh, you know what you got to do? You got to watch like
definitely.
The first. You have to watch Dr. No, and then watch our review of Dr. No. Then watch From Russia with Love. Then I watch our review of.
yeah, there you go.
Right.
It'll enhance your enjoyment.
Yeah, there you go.
If there was only a book, if there was a book I could buy, where I could be like James Bond, if I could find that book.
Losing transmission, can't hear you.
So, Joe, where's my autographed copy of Being James Bond? Where is it? There it is. There it is.
Man. That's awesome.
Hey, Joe, it's on audiobook, right?
It is actually, yes.
Did you read it?
It's read by the author.
That is awesome.
You can get it on
I have to. If I can get a free month of it, I'm going to do it.
Don't pay full price.
Oh, no, I'll help you make car payments. I'll get the book on Audible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My sports car is not cheap.
Hey, are you going to be writing a new book or anything? Is there anything in the future for you?
Working on it as we speak.
Really?
It's
diggity.
I think it's a race now. Who's going to finish? Am I going to finish the ranking video first, or are you going to come out with the book first?
It's going to be neck and
neck. No, the ranking video coming very soon. Very soon. Almost
I was telling my mother-in-law about your site and how you started this and with the book and everything, and she's like amazed that you did all this. And frankly, I am too. I think it's hands down what you've done is just phenomenal, and to have this big of an audience is just really wild. And the fact that you invited a goof like me on it, it's just.
I'm watching my subscribers just go down, 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 down.
Was it now like 4 watching? It's us 3 and Joe's mom, right?
even my brother jumped off an hour ago.
We're just entertaining ourselves.
My mother makes my brother watch my live streams, Support your brother.
But I want to watch Netflix.
I still haven't seen how Tiger King ends.
Oh, he wrote it. It's bad enough he gave us the book for Christmas, now the audio book.
He gave us all the same book. There's like 20 books stacked in the dining room now.
Every Christmas.
That's kind of cool. You can always have a gift handy, You're like, what do I give them? Oh, I'll give them my book.
This is true.
There you go.
That's cool. If you were single, Joe, man, you could use this for your credit right there. You walk into a bar like, hello, ladies, I wrote a book about James Bond.
Would you like an autographed copy?
Want a copy?
For you, half price. I'll take off 50 cents.
Is that like?
The book comes with a free attitude. Yeah.
That makes a great coaster too.
You know what's funny is I actually had a downloaded copy of it, and I don't know what happened to it. So I have to see if I can go reload it back onto my. I think my Kindle farted one time and it erased everything, and I lost my Being James Bond book. I'm like, come on.
It is also available on Kindle.
Hey, would you come over? Well, that's what it was on. That's what I bought it on. So I just want you to come over and autograph the screen of my Kindle.
I'll send you
for
a
me.
new. You know what? Yeah, I'll send you a new. I'll send you a PDF of one of my newest chapters. Cool.
Oh,
Send you like chapter 1 or 2 of the old book.
a coupon for $5.
Times I went out. I
Oh, cool.
refresher crash course on the poker. Yeah.
Super cool.
That's cool.
But then these guys kept changing it up. I mean, they weren't playing.
Yeah. That's like my mother. My mother won't play. My mother loves poker, but she kind of grew up, and as did I, playing like just kind of making your own games up, play baseball, follow the queen, all that kind of stuff. So I try to get her to just play like just regular Texas Hold'em. She's like, yeah, no.
I don't mind doing. I'll play that all night if I'm fun with it and shit. But pardon my French. But like, if I'm paying for like real money, because I put like it was like $50. It's only $50.
Right.
It's $50. I don't want to be. And I was kind of in their, it was kind of their rules and everything. So I kind of was forced to it. But no, I don't like that all that crazy little nonsense when I'm playing for money. When I'm paying for money, I want to play just poker.
Right,
That's it.
Even if
I'm
it's
the same way with Go Fish. I really am.
But no, if it's not money, if we're playing for nickels and dimes, yeah. If you want everything wild, and all that kind of stuff, that's fine, But not when I'm paying for money.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Especially even if it's kind of nickel and dime, you want to just have some. Yeah, I get that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get that.
I don't think I've lived. I don't drink much. I don't play poker. I don't smoke. I need to get a.
You sit there drinking, laughing at the world.
in a Snow White room.
Is that Melinda's office?
This is Melinda's office. Again, it was pouring rain, and I didn't want to run out with my computer into the pouring rain to do this, so I'm back in her office. So
yeah, really nice.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything here.
Oh, cool.
She loves Snow White. That's her princess. That's the one she loves.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, I'm lying. It's my room, guys. I love Snow White.
So I just posted in the chat. I just posted a link to the PDF of my one of my newer chapters, and I just sent it to you guys as well.
Cool, man.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
If you're genuinely curious to read it, feel free. If you're not, I won't hold it against you.
Oh,
did you send it to my text?
No, I
Joe?
sent it on the Skype text.
Oh, okay.
So so everybody, just hang tight while we read this, and there'll be.
It's only like 45 pages. It'll be quick.
All right, everyone, grab a line. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's start in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Go for it. First line. Take it. Oh, there you go. Discard.
There you go.
Hey, whatever. How come they didn't do any more James Bond games after GoldenEye? Like, that was so popular. You think they would have done?
They did a whole bunch. Electronic Arts did a whole bunch of them. They did like there's one called Nightfire, and then there was like a GoldenEye rebooted. I'm trying to think. There's From Russia. They did a From Russia with Love game.
Really?
Where and Sean Connery actually came back and did the voice. But it's a little odd though because he sounds he sounds
But
like
I've
a
never
70-year-old
heard
guy,
of a Tatiana
He's like,
Romanova.
yeah. But it's a minor miracle that they got him to do it.
Yeah, sure.
Short.
Really, I don't know. That's actually one of my favorite genres.
There was a slew of other games. They did one for The World Is Not Enough, I think.
Wow.
I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Oh, there was like 007 Legends, and I think there was
I remember you had that.
There was I never had that actually.
You didn't? Who had that?
I don't think I did. And then there was I was in a Goodwill and I saw that I think it was for the PS3, and it was like $2. And for some reason, I passed it up, and I came back like the next day. I was like, "What am I crazy?" I came back the next day to pick it up, and it's gone.
Hey, by the way, Walt, you're talking about how you don't drink and you don't whatever. Somebody says, Kyle says, Walt does not drink. Walt does not smoke. Walt does not make love. What do you do, Walt?
I do make love.
There's a Thunderbolt quote there for you.
It was very good.
Good one, man. That was a good one. But yeah, I guess but yeah, no, they did. But in recent years they've stopped, and basically the Craig. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Daniel Craig came back and played him. I think he played him in the Legends, right? Or Daniel. I don't know if it was Daniel Craig exactly, but it was for the video games. You played a few of them, didn't you, Joe? The video games?
Yeah, I think I played all of them. Honestly, in fact.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean,
wow. Right to the shelf.
Mm-hmm. There's a really good YouTuber on here called Calvin Dyson. Calvin Dyson, he does everything Bond, and he did a series on the video games too. And I think he also did one with David Zarisky for the Bond Experience. They did one on video games too. Really good stuff. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, Everything or Nothing. I remember Everything or Nothing was pretty good. I remember
dropping everything all over the place.
Was that Legends? What was that one that last?
Yeah, I got Legends.
Oh, Bloodstone.
Bloodstone.
Yeah, that's
this. I tell you, the Quantum. This was actually pretty good. I thought the Quantum game was really good.
Was it really?
I honestly, it's really probably the first game that I actually like. I mean, it kind of nothing really compares to the original GoldenEye, but honestly, this was the first game since GoldenEye that I actually really started to play pretty often. Like, I mean, like. It was nice because you could play online against other people. So you sort of had that, you could do the tournament. Remember how like in GoldenEye you'd play against your friends and you had the screen was divided into 4 and you had to play against each other. Yeah. I would play the Quantum of Solace fairly regularly. It was really good.
Oh man.
I know I played it. I know I had that game and I played it. I had this one moment there where I had this big kind of purge and I got rid of all my PS3 stuff or a lot of it. I remember thinking it was pretty decent. I wasn't. It just didn't. It didn't quite hit me the way GoldenEye did, but it was good.
Yeah, we were nuts about that. And
the
Perfect Dark. Scott and I were addicted to those games.
Oh, yeah.
Scott, you got me that new Perfect Dark we had to play again. That was so much fun a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
53. I'm still staying up in the middle of the night playing video games. But I don't drink. I don't smoke.
I was really, I wouldn't say I was never a hardcore gamer, but I was kind of into it for a while there. And that's the thing. I still enjoy them, but boy, they're time consuming.
Yeah.
You don't realize the time that gets sucked away from it. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. These hours upon hours of free time. Because you can get sucked in that void of just playing just the games forever.
And I had to I'm playing. What am I playing? I'm playing like Battlefield or something now. And some 12-year-old kid named Duncan was saying the worst things about my mother because I was shooting him. And I was just like, I had to go block everybody because I was getting death threats from 12-year-olds.
What was the game?
Welcome to be your grandfather, kid.
I remember the last time you guys were playing a game and you pulled me into it. It was 1941 or something. you
Is that? Oh, I know which one he's talking about. Is it
Oh,
Battle?
Band of Brothers.
No, no, that was that. No, that one on the PS3 wall. It was like Battlefield
yeah.
1941.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
God.
I
Yeah.
I
think it's
remember you got, and
Battlefield.
I remember
Yeah.
like just
Yeah.
being terrible at it, and I find video games for me were once it was like okay to hit him you got to go XX square triangle like I was like I can't even. So like there's a couple games that I
Yeah.
was enjoying a lot, but yeah I don't know I kind of got lost with the video game stuff.
I did too. And the thing, like Walt was saying, I had this one time where I was having this heck of a time in one of those first-person shooters and
Mm.
something, and playing online, and you hear this maniacal laugh of a 10-year-old. It's just so dispiriting, You're just like, oh my God, Ay, ay, ay. And then and that was the thing. For some of it, I would get sometimes I'd get genuinely angry, like red faced angry. I thought, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be having. This is
Right.
supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be leisure time, and I'm getting all upset. Red faced.
Oh yeah, somebody said it's
So
somebody said it's called Battlefield
really did.
1942. I think that sounds about right.
Yes.
Leo
Yeah,
says, "Have you
Right.
played
That
Heavy
was a
Rain?"
great.
I never heard of that one.
No, I never heard of that one.
I kind of heard of that, but I'm not sure. No, I've never played it though.
I love the military. I love these, especially this new Battlefield with the World War II stuff. I love that. Again, like your dad, I love World War II. And I'm just like in my heyday with it. Like, this is awesome. And I'm the sneaky bastard with the sniper rifle. That's me.
That game had a few problems when it came out, but they really did some good patches on that.
Oh my God.
Some good updates. They really fixed that game. So it was the last time I played it like when it first came out, and then we recently played it not too long ago.
Yeah.
And I thought I seemed to play a lot better. I thought.
Now, if they could make a Bond game like that, that would be really interesting. And
It would, some of the people were complaining on here, or they were talking about it on YouTube, is that that was part of the tradition. Between Bond films, you kind of got a Bond game, and that that kind of filled in your gap there for your quench for a Bond adventure. And yeah, they haven't been doing that lately. I don't know if it's a licensing or what it is, but
That was honestly probably the modern. I don't want to say golden age of Bond, but kind of, because like you said, I mean, like you could count on a new film every other year. You got a book every year or every 2 years, a Benson book. I mean, basically every year, and a new video game like in the off years. It was great.
Yeah.
Cool.
It was fantastic.
Yeah,
And they always get for a while there too. They were always getting Judi Dench to do the M, but she had to fill out this whole kind of she was just like Mrs. Exposition in those.
Yeah.
It's like the most boring dialogue she had to read, but they got her anyway.
That was that was sort of my like when I saw Skyfall for the first time. I remember the opening of Skyfall when he's doing the whole thing and everybody's got the thing in their ear, and you got M going like, do this, go there, shoot him. I'm like, this is like the video game. Like, this is exactly like the video game where M is walking you through everything.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's very true.
cool.
Agent Under Fire, Night Fire, Everything or Nothing.
I remember
the best three back-to-back Bond games. I totally agree with that.
Wow. I didn't get any of those. I kind of lost track of the Bond game.
Some of those video games are good and they're worth playing. Like they even have like some of them have some good title songs and stuff. They're pretty good. Some of them are very good. I mean, I think one of them has like Willem Dafoe as the villain, and Heidi Klum is like the Bond girl and stuff. Yeah, it's like they spent a good buck on.
That's cool.
On the cast.
Yeah,
and stuff.
no, they
is that Everything or Nothing?
Heidi Klum is in it.
Right?
Yeah, Willem Dafoe is in it. I tell you, the first one, Agent Under Fire, I thought was awesome because it was the guy.
That was fun.
It was like the James Bond in it was not a specific actor. Like it wasn't. They weren't doing Pierce Brosnan. So yeah, they just had this guy, and he was basically like Archer. like it's almost like I swear when you saw Archer, remember this cartoon Archer? It's basically like this James Bond is basically what they based that on.
Right.
Ah,
They put him on the cover. They even have him like his face in shadow.
Right, yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
It's almost like that
Yeah.
Honor Majesty's,
I was thinking the same thing. Yep. Yep. Yep.
hmm,
So you'd say
that's cool.
Quantum out of all those games, you'd say Quantum is your favorite,
well,
Joe?
well, I don't know if I would say it's my favorite. I mean, honestly, I loved playing these. I mean, these were just fantastic. I thought they were really, really good.
Right.
But they didn't have like
They were.
multiplayer.
I played all those
Yeah.
too. Those were good.
But I don't
Yeah.
remember them having any
It's
kind
been
of
a
a
while.
multiplayer function. You just played the game straight through, and once it was done, it was done. But
I remember.
Quantum was the first multiplayer that I got back into again. I was like, that was a lot of fun. I remember years later trying to play it again, but like nobody played it anymore, so there was nobody to play against.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's too bad. I remember being disappointed because I got the GoldenEye Reloaded.
Yeah.
I remember that being a little disappointing, and I never even. Everybody was telling me how bad Legends was. I probably should have tried it anyway, just because of all the different characters that they had in that. But I never saw it.
Legends was, if I remember that one, it was kind of. And it's funny too because they kept reusing the like they did that Rogue Agent game, which was
Yes, yeah, I remember that one too. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that one not being so great either.
what
if I
was
remember
the expression you
correctly.
used when it's like 20 minutes into the future? That was kind of that one. It was like this really
Right,
weird
right.
tech. This is not a Bond game, but this one it was like set in the 60s and it was sort of like a
Oh, I love that game. I love it.
it had like an Emma Peel
Yes,
kind of
I had
main
that.
character.
Have you played that?
Yeah, I played the whole
Joe,
thing. It was great.
Oh, I thought it was
Yeah.
terrific. That is I bought the sequel to that it was on a for
Really?
the computer, but I can't get it to play now because it's just like the computer doesn't recognize it because it's like Windows 2 or something. I don't know. It doesn't recognize. But the thing is, a lot of these new games are coming out and they're remastering them and so forth. But that No One Lives Forever is tied in sort of this legal abyss of things.
Really?
With the music and everything else and the character. Yeah. So you're probably not going to see a remastered version of that anytime soon. But I would play that in a hot second.
I even take
No One
there
Lives
was a theme
Forever
song
is
for that
great.
one that I always throw into my Bond mixes. Yep.
I have. When I bought the No One Lives Forever 2 I forget, there's a subtitle, Agent Under Fire or something like that, or maybe that's I don't know, Agent Undercover. I don't know what it was, but it came with the soundtrack to the thing, and so I have that.
You
theme song.
might have given it to me.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it.
Oh, do I really?
You used
Oh,
to. I remember
maybe.
you used to
Maybe
give me
I
like
did.
some
Maybe I
like
did.
Bond. You'd burn your kind of.
Oh, that's
yeah.
possible. Yeah, it's got a great theme song.
It really
Yeah.
did. It had like this perfect quintessential 60s ish song. Oh, it
Yeah.
was great.
But the No One Lives Forever sort of has very it's sort of like more of an upscale Austin Powers type of thing. But the humor is probably a little more refined, let's say. But it's great. It's great. And it sort of has like that Avengers vibe, but sort of like the main character you're playing as a female spy, but she sort of has a little bit of a Diana Rigg kind of vibe. It's really good. It's a great, great game. Oh yeah, those are from
Cabino asked me if I had it. I said, "Yeah, there
wow.
we go." Yeah, this was I.
That's actually my favorite Connery. My favorite
Yeah.
Connery film is From Russia
You know
with
what's
Love.
great about this game is that it was basically, even though it was From Russia with Love, it was kind of about the whole Connery tenure. Like they took the DB5, put that in there, the jetpack from Thunderball, that's in there. So like all that stuff kind of got in there as well. So it was sort of fun.
I remember a mission where you're kind of flying around on that jetpack. It might even be like one of the first missions on the thing, I think.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
You kind of
Somebody
fly
asked,
around?
did you ever? Leo said, "Did you ever play the old LucasArts game Fate of Atlantis?" I feel like I did, but that was probably ages ago. I remember
I've heard of that. I don't
that
think
was
I
kind of a
have.
nice little golden age of itself too. Like when you saw like the LucasArts video game logo, like that was a lot of good stuff there.
And kind of back in the day when you saw like that logo, LucasArts, that meant something. That meant something that was a little cut above, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember years ago, Lucas put out a game for the computer that was, I think it was before Battlefront. It might have been Star Wars Battle Command, and you controlled the whole entire battlefield from AT-AT walkers to those different stormtroopers and stuff, or you could be the rebels. And it was probably one of the best games. And I thought Battlefront was going to be like that. And I purchased it a few weeks ago, and I was let down. I was like, I'm sitting here, I got this big ass laser gun, and I think I'm going to blow a stormtrooper away. And it's like, beep, beep. And I'm like, oh, come on. The next time I'm getting like, I'm like, this sucks. So you won't see me on Battlefront, Scott. I can't stand that game. Yeah.
Oh, really? You didn't like that? I got
the flying part was cool.
I'll tell you something. I got it dirt cheap on that Xbox there. It was the Battlefront 2, which I think is different than the one you're playing. I think I got one. I got the Battlefront 2 is. The Battlefront 2 is pretty cool. The other night, man, I unlocked Count Dooku, so I was walking around like Christopher Lee with the lightsaber and everything. That was cool, man.
All right, maybe I'll get two, and we'll have it online.
The thing is, you can unlock a lot of cool characters. Yeah, I was having a lot of fun with that.
Are the laser guns better? Are the guns better? It's not.
No, it's pretty intense.
Okay, because this is.
Screen accurate, as the way they sound in the films. Yeah.
Also, if you're a stormtrooper, you never hit anything.
Scott, Scott, I'll say it again. You really have to watch.
That's right. Inaccurate. I know.
Walt probably knows where I'm going.
I feel like I have already. Is that, kind of a lot of the beans have been spilled. I think I've missed a lot of, maybe the story stuff, not so much. But speaking of spoilers, I know I didn't watch it, but and supposedly there's some leaks about No Time to Die. Hopefully we're not going to talk about them here.
We'll definitely not talk about them. But yeah, it was how frustrating.
I haven't heard
these stupid papers put them on like the headlines of their articles. So,
well, you were saying that you warned against that when they changed his date.
I said
one of the things you said that it's going to happen.
8 months of trying to dodge spoilers, leaks.
It's going to be impossible. I was thinking about that when I heard about this leak. I was thinking, oh my God, I have to sort of, if I'm lucky, try to jump through 5 months without any of this. And I'm doing this, I'm with you on this channel and stuff. Yeah. I'm like, it's going to be impossible. Impossible.
I actually took entertainment things off my computer because I don't want to see any pop-ups on that stuff. Because I want to see the next one, and I don't want to. All my computer.
Hard place with this kind of stuff because it's being James Bond, so you want to talk things Bond. And, it's like, even though it's a leak, there's some people, it's like there's chatter about it. So what do? Do you report on it? Do you ignore it? It's kind of a tough thing,
It was a weird, it was a very weird problem. I was kind of like, do I do a video on this? I'm like, well, how am I not going to do a video on it? It's like a big story, and there's not much else news-wise coming out of just sitting around waiting for the movie to come out.
Right.
So yeah, it is frustrating. And again, it's like, I'll like I said it in the thing. I was like, man, what did James Bond do to these people to piss them off so bad that they're gonna just put it's like standing outside like presumed innocent, going, the wife did it, like. What the hell?
Yeah.
We were online. Melinda and I were online at Disney in December, and we were waiting for her family to come down to go see Frozen 2. This guy comes up. Yeah, Electric Boogaloo. And so he starts talking to us about Frozen 2, and we're like, we didn't see it yet, so don't tell us the ending. He goes, well, let me tell you this one part. And I was like, why would you do that? I'm now going to beat you to death with a dilly bar. And I started hitting him with it.
I know.
I think people just like to spoil things for other people. And I think that's why they're doing that with the Bond film, too.
It's really weird. Yeah.
I think there's an excitement about, they know something you don't. There's that kind of, I think, going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do kind of get it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's annoying. Don't bother people with it. You know, we want to win. You know. I'm actually really excited about seeing this one. It's like I told we, now we're getting into the films. She's watching them all. It's like, come on, let's
Kyle
go.
just
Can't
yelled
wait.
at Rosebud as a sled.
Pandemic.
Damn you!
Wait a minute, it is. No. We'll not have to rent that film, thank you. All right, good night.
Yeah, I was just looking at. I look like I have this Colonel Kurtz thing going on with my lighting.
You guys have got like some serious, very serious lighting going on, like your dark places. Me, I'm like all lit up. It's like there's like one light in this room, and I can't believe how bright it is.
Well, I guess we do. After I don't know how well Joe. After how many YouTube videos and so forth, I guess you kind of pick up a few things, For sure.
I'm always struggling with my lighting situation and my camera situation.
Yeah, I am too. I can never quite get it right. Yeah. You know what? Today I had I installed some LEDs in the back of my TV there. And I had it all set up tonight. I was gonna, before we came on, and the thing is, I have to turn on the TV now because I think it's the ARC. I haven't gone through the ARC thing, which is probably the problem. But I have to turn the TV on to get the lights on because I have a separate remote for the lights. But then I turned the TV off and I put the remote on. And the other night I had it working. I had it working before. Then when I sat down to do the vlog, I was like, they weren't working. I'm like, what? So and I was like, I can't fool with those right now. I just got to get on because I'm running late already, But yeah, I don't know.
Scott, you look like remember the Hunt from Red October?
Yeah.
You look like that. That you look like you're in the ship right there. You do. It's that dark.
Crazy.
Turn now.
Everybody's shouting out really great spoilers in the thing. Shamir says the Titanic sinks. John Boddicker says both Batman and Superman have mothers named Martha.
That was a great moment in that film when they realized that their mother's names were Martha and okay.
I felt like I was the only guy that was kind of defending that. I'm like I don't hate that. I kind of feel like that is a reasonably interesting way to kind of humanize each other in a moment, but the way they did it was just very stupid.
I know. That's the thing. The execution
and the whole and the whole rest of the you can't no. This guy wants to murder somebody, but it's like, oh wait, your mother's name is what? Oh, let's be besties now. like literally, not just I don't want to kill you, I'll walk away. No, now we're best pals.
Somebody sent me a thing. It's like, it was like, yeah, oh, wait, your mother's name is Martha too? And then it had like Superman and Batman jumping up and high-fiving each other. And it was like, besties for life.
I couldn't watch the Batman versus Superman. I watched about 5 minutes of it, and I'm like, this is just horrible.
Yeah, if it didn't work for you, I kind of came around a little bit in those DC. I wasn't crazy about Man of Steel or Batman versus Superman.
Yeah.
But I really loved Wonder Woman. That surprised the hell out of me.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if you've seen the new one, Walt. That's worth watching. She's terrific. Gal Gadot. Because when I heard the casting, I was like, oh, I don't know, because I didn't really know. I knew she had done like a Fast and Furious movie, but I wasn't seeing it. But then when I saw the movie, I was like, oh no, they killed it. She hit it out of the park.
She does look great. She looks like she fit the role perfect.
Did you see the movie or?
It's funny. I started watching it one night and I fell asleep.
I think you would like that.
I do that all the time now.
I have to revisit it. I have to.
Kind of falls off a little bit, but otherwise, it's a really good movie.
Yeah, it's not the strongest third act, but all the other stuff.
You know what I'm actually
really
looking forward to, believe it or not? The Snyder cut of Justice League.
I'm kind of curious about that too. Now it's not going to be, it's not going to be all of a sudden a masterpiece, but it's going to be interesting to see the differences. I think.
I kind of feel like, honestly, Justice League was, it's basically unwatchable because you could tell it was just they started out doing one thing and then they tore it apart, Frankenstein it back together.
There's certain movies every once in a while when I don't know what to put on, or if I'm not going to pay attention to something, I get something else I can do, and I'm not feeling like listening to music. I'll put that on. It's like it became Justice League sort of became my background movie for of the moment.
John Bodiger says Wonder Woman brought back the hope from the '70s Superman. I would agree with that.
Yeah, it was a real surprise. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. I even have a Wonder Woman poster hanging in my basement downstairs. So there you go.
Yeah, I'd say Superman was one of my favorite films. Still is. I think that
Superman the movie is the best superhero movie ever. Yeah. It is the Citizen Kane of superhero movies.
Yeah.
No, and I love, there's some great films like, The Dark Knight, The Avengers, even like The Infinity War I thought was fantastic. But they never quite. Superman the movie is going to always going to be that top shelf for me.
It perfect. I mean, the casting and everything was whoever put that together, casting wise and everything. It was just awesome. Even the music. It was just like damn.
My favorite. I actually like that John Williams score. It's my favorite John Williams. It's the favorite piece of music he's done. My favorite score he's ever done. And I even saying that above stuff like Star Wars and Empire, which are great too.
Yeah.
But I love the Superman the movie. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's just awesome.
I think calling it the Citizen Kane of superhero. I think that's totally accurate. That is exactly what it is.
Yeah. It's not hyperbole.
You remember going to see Batman? We went to see Batman. We saw it at a midnight showing.
It was pretty wild. That was a fun screening. Yeah.
That was probably one of the most memorable, fun movie nights we've done.
When he's got that bat wing near the end of the film and he goes up into the clouds and the bat wing is against the moon there. The audience back in '89, they went bananas over that.
Yeah.
Totally bananas. And it was great. It was a rush. It was cool to see it with an audience that was into it.
We also saw Aliens. How many times did you and I see Aliens together? I mean, I think we were going like we were going like every week, Joe. We were like,
it was.
What are you doing? Let's go see Aliens.
I remember one of the showings of Joe. We dragged Joe to Aliens, right?
Yeah.
I remember Joe. Do you remember? It was at the Paramus. That it wasn't the Templex. I think it was that other one. It was the one that was like 3 theaters.
Yeah, like
the one on 17.
Totally,
Yep. The trip.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. It was a great film. I mean, Joe was so young, we had to sneak him in. He wasn't 13.
Were we just talking about how we went to the drive-in and I used to get in the trunk? Did we also go to the drive-in in Warwick, and didn't I used to get into the trunk?
Yes. That's right.
Oh my God, totally.
Yeah. The drive-in was cool. That was a good drive-in. Yeah, we saw a lot of films there. I saw Raiders there. So with my mom.
I did too. I saw Raiders there as well.
With my mom? I'm just kidding.
Oh, you didn't know? No. I can remember some of these. Here's some of the films I remember seeing there. Raiders Lost Ark. I saw Sudden Impact, For Your Eyes Only. This is all 80s stuff. Yeah, I guess we're going there quite a bit in the 80s.
Darkman. We saw Darkman together.
I know that was later on. Yeah, that was in the 90s. Yeah.
Yep.
But I guess throughout I would go to that drive-in. I'd make it a point to go at least once or twice a year to that drive-in. During the summer especially.
We found one down here in Florida that's over by Lakeland, Florida, and I think it's open only on the weekends, and it shows all classic B movies from like the 50s.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to actually hit that once we're allowed to. They're going to open up.
Oh, that's awesome! If they ever do Hammer Film that, you got to let me know.
Oh my God.
I will come for that. Man.
I will find out what it is. But it's when I saw that, I was like, that is the coolest thing. I mean, I think even the food is kind of retro to the time, and I'm like, that's great. You know,
drive-ins are having a resurgence right now because
Yes.
I was talking to Joe. There's a drive-in by me. It's called the Swan Drive-In, and it's in Blue Ridge, Georgia, which is about 90 minutes from where I am, or maybe a little less. I've never been there, by the way. But they were showing it was Grease and American Graffiti on Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights, and it was selling out. They actually had to turn like about hundreds of cars away. That's how popular they've become right now. Because there's no other outlet for movie going really.
Yeah.
But I think this week they're going to show like Smoking the Bandit, which I love that movie. I'd love to go see that.
That's right. That's a good film.
Yeah.
I think a lot of things from this pandemic are going to change. Definitely, like the dynamic of families and entertaining. I think things are going to change.
You might be right. I think you're right about that.
I really do. I think it's going to be for the better. I think it's going to bring a lot of people closer together.
Do you think now when you say that, do you think are you talking about like people staying at home and being together like that as opposed to going out?
I think there's going to be movie nights again at home. I think a lot of people, for the longest time, people would just go and they'd grab their cell phone and watch a movie without their family. That's changing. It seems like everyone's doing things together. I know that's what we're seeing down here. And a lot of people now are doing stuff, at least down here in Florida, is someone will have a projector for their DVD player, and they'll put a big sheet out on their front lawn, and all the neighbors are coming to watch it. And that's really friggin' cool.
I always wanted to do that. I always want to do like an outside, like maybe get like an inflatable screen, and do like a whole barbecue and have a few beers, just have a fun night,
At the Disney resorts, they do that.
Yeah.
At the Disney resorts, they have every night they show a movie, and it's on a big outside screen. And I thought that's the coolest thing because you can't beat it down here in Florida. It's always summer.
I was thinking, and that Swan Drive-In, I was like kind of reading up about it, and it was interesting. They had this thing where you could like during the week you could rent out the drive-in if you want to.
Wow. That's cool.
They'll do the whole thing. And I started thinking, what if we did a Bond night?
Right.
That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that'd be kind of neat.
You could put it together on here. You get all these people to come and fly in. Yeah.
Who knows? That would be really neat.
Now that I don't have a fear of flying, I'll come up and see it.
I would love to be able to get my hands on film prints. My
God,
that's getting harder and harder as each day passes by.
Well, Joe's in the know. He could probably hook us up.
Can you hook us up with the 70mm print of Thunderball? I don't think it's 70mm though. I think it's like more like probably 35. But yeah.
Not even CinemaScope? No.
It's a problem with the prints too. Is some of them are older. The prints are fading. I mean, the studios used to, and for these revival theaters, a lot of times they would make a new print of something. So they, you'd go to a revival and it would look halfway decent. But now the studios aren't doing that anymore. So you're getting pretty much the digital, which is fine. But yeah. I want to know, Phil. I want to go and do that magic gate, the analog film,
Well, we lost Joe again. There's the empty seat, folks.
The executive producer of being James Bond. Matter
of fact, he got so bored he left. So.
Now that's a skill. If we could bore the host so much where he just leaves, that's a special talent.
Ooh, now it's our show. Being Mary Poppins. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a movie my mom took me. I could never get through that movie. My mom took me to that when I was, I don't know, I was still a toddler, I guess. And she goes, I kept asking her, is it over yet? Is it over yet? And then she finally, like the fourth or fifth time, she's like, "All right, I've had enough." It wasn't even over. It was just left. It just wasn't. wasn't working for me, man. I might watch it now. I have more of an open mind. I've seen more musicals as I got older and stuff. So
it's actually The Sound of Music and Mary Poppins are two of my guilty pleasures. Actually, Melinda bought them for me.
Sound of Music surprised me. That was good because I was like, wow, there's Nazis in this. I had no idea. No, I didn't. You know,
can't go wrong with that formula. Yeah.
When you see it, when you think of the film, you don't think that, but yeah.
Yeah. It's a great. Those are again they're classic movies. That's why I like.
Oh them. Yeah. No, that's the one thing I learned. This is before I left here. When I was still in Jersey, there was that Lafayette Theater in Suffolk, New York, and they did one weekend of musicals.
So glad you came back, sir.
Yeah, good to have you back. And they did. They showed Gigi, wow. And I was really curious about that one because that was the one that Martin Scorsese would always talk about when he was talking about like how bad Pan and Scan was on our old TV when we had the regular 4x3 TVs, and how that that movie got butchered because of its widescreen compositions and everything. So I said, from a technical point of view, I'm interested in seeing that on the big screen. But lo and behold, I ended up like really enjoying the film itself, and it was a great experience.
It's another great film that isn't appreciated until you see it in Letterboxd. Is basically Ben-Hur and the Ten Commandments. Those movies.
Wow. Oh yeah.
We grew up, like you said, we grew up with that little screen, and then when you see it like in Letterboxd, like, oh my God, there's a lot of stuff going on the outsides. Yeah.
Ten Commandments is not as severe as Ben-Hur because I think Ten Commandments was like VistaVision, but still.
It was really good.
But still,
that scene, it's just the whole movie's great. Those classic movies, just really, I love them.
I have a Ten Commandments poster hanging in downstairs.
Really?
Yeah, you have to give the Lord his due. Yeah.
I have some wine for you if you want to look at that poster with some wine.
I have that and religious things, and I have a Passion of the Christ poster in there too.
Nice.
Well, did I make you go see Passion of the Christ? Were you part of that?
Did you make me? No, I saw.
No.
Actually, I saw
I'm thinking of a different. No, you took me to that one. I'm thinking of a different one. Do you remember? I remember when The Last Temptation of Christ came out. I don't think it was. I remember. Tom McNally was one. I'm pretty sure I took Jen McMahon. I'm like, new Scorsese, got to see this. They were so mad. They were like, this is so boring. It was like 3+ hours.
It is a horrible. Yeah, it's a horrible film. It really is.
I actually do like it, but I could see why people would not be crazy about it.
I saw, because it's Scorsese. I saw it once, and I think it was interesting, but it kind of, for my taste, in my opinion, it gets a little too blasphemy. There's a little too much. I mean, I don't know, but Life of Ryan does too. So, but I appreciated it, but I was like, boy, I wish he would just go with the regular thing, But that's the way I felt.
I think it was a little over the top when Jesus flipped the tables over and he turned into Al Capone from The Untouchables.
That's right. Yeah.
I get nowhere.
Yeah. Unless a team
as
wins.
a team.
Teamwork.
Is that Jesus with a baseball bat? It's just Now viewership is down to like 3 people.
How we did? We lose everybody?
No, we were down to 0 about an hour ago. No, I'm not kidding.
My debut was a hit. When you need to clear a room, invite Walt.
That's what my family was doing.
It's kind of like one of those. It's kind of like one of those sitcoms when they bring in, they bring in
cousin Oliver of being James Bond.
Yeah, the cousin Oliver, right?
The Cosby Show. They brought in some kid's nephew or something,
Was it what's that? Archie Bunker's place when they was him and a little girl.
Oh my God, that's funny.
That's the way it is. But when it's the way it is around here. Like when my mom was alive, it was kind of like All in the Family, and when she passed away, I was like, wow, it's kind of got like Archie Bunker's place. It's not as good, and it's just okay.
Oh my god.
Most of the cast is here, and some people show up.
Now it's the Connors.
Yeah. That crap fest. Yeah, that's awesome. Hey, speaking of your mom, I watched like your mom loves Sister Act, and I watched that every year. I watch it.
Actually, funnily enough, she actually took a few nuns to go see that.
Yep.
Because my mother's very active in the Catholic Church, and she's always giving her time, always helping for charity and helping people and so forth. And she was just terrific doing things like that. And she always talked about that fondly because the nuns loved it. They had a great time watching it. So.
She used to tell me that. She used to tell me I took them to this film and they were going crazy.
Yeah, they had a great time. Yeah,
it's one of those fond memories of your mom that it's like every time I put that film in, I think of your mom.
Yeah, is this funny? It is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Joe loves Sister Act. He does.
Pretty much anything with Whoopi Goldberg is cinematic gold.
Isn't Harvey Keitel in that?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
There you go. That's a reason to watch it right there.
I mean, he drops a few F-bombs. You can't go wrong. He whacks a few people. You can't get any better. And it's Disney F-bombs, so it's a lot different.
Right.
You don't know how good of a friend you have here. No, you don't know.
She's no
Is the Irishman still too new to start doing references?
Yeah, what's weird was when he started doing, like, in Sister Act, he started doing stuff from The Bad Lieutenant. I thought that was a little distasteful. So,
I actually it's a hard watch, but I really like that movie.
You showed that to me, and when I became a cop a few years later, I was thinking, I'm never going to be anything like that guy.
Are we all talking about different movies now?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take the rapist for 500.
I didn't know this was like so.
Oh God!
You ever see that one, Walt?
Yeah, that's hilarious when he used to do that.
I think there was one night I spent where I just kept going from the skit to skit, the Jeopardy Saturday Night Live skits, just to watch all of them.
Oh yeah, they were. Oh my God, they were hilarious. Who did him? Who played Connery?
That was
Will Ferrell.
Oh goodness. No. Will Ferrell, he played
right.
Okay. It was
the blonde fella, right? The tall blonde fella.
The guy who used to do Clinton.
Oh boy!
But he did it perfect.
Yeah, right.
Is that?
Was it Daryl Hammond? Oh, yes, you're right. Yes. Yeah, he did him great. It was really awesome. So.
That's what your mother said, Trebek.
Oh,
that's therapist.
Now,
that's good stuff.
Oh. So now, Joe, how many fans do you have? Like, how big is your fan base here?
Tons.
Wow. So on a real podcast or a show or a live stream here, you talk about real stuff about Bond. How many people are we talking? What are we pulling in here?
Right now, we're at 36. I think we probably had about like 100 at the beginning, but it gets late, so people start to fall off.
I mean, that's 36 people that for some reason are finding us entertaining enough to sit around and listen to us chat around.
This is 36 people who've basically said, all right, I've watched everything on Netflix. I've watched everything on on Amazon Prime. There is nothing on TV.
If you've stayed this long, thank you so much. We love you. Thank you.
Yeah, we do actually. I mean, this is my first time on here, and I hope I get invited back.
True
it's a lot of fun.
fans. That's right. The true people.
Yes.
Tough it out. till the end.
That's right.
So now, Joe, have you like?
Honestly, if I wasn't part of this whole thing, I'd been dumped out by now. But
Well, we noticed 3 or 4 times Joe left. So
if I ran out of beer, I would have been done a while ago.
Speaking of that, I think I might go get one. I'll be right back. I gotta make sure. I got all these wires down here.
Yeah, Jamie just reminded us it's 3 a.m. in the UK, so that's why sometimes we get UK audience. We get audience from around the world sometimes.
That's great. Yeah, no, it's a great audience.
Isn't this amazing? Like technology now is absolutely amazing. Yeah, it's fantastic. I never thought my face would be around the world.
I'm basically like Tyler Perry, where whatever I make, they'll watch.
Yeah, I think we watched. My Melinda made me watch a Halloween Tyler Perry movie.
Medea's Halloween.
I can't remember which one it was. It was horrible. Yes, that was it. That's 2 hours I will never get back in my life.
Every time I see something with Tyler Perry on it, I'm like, are these comedies? Are they dramas? Like, I don't even know what they are. They're like is this like airplane slapstick comedies? I don't get it.
Oh my God. You know, it's funny. I saw Airplane in a double bill with my mom with Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Really?
Yeah, Airplane was the first film. Raiders was the second.
That's funny.
And Airplane, you could hear. That was such a funny film that you could hear the people in the other cars cracking up. I mean, I'm talking for rows. It was like, oh my God. I mean, out loud laughing. They don't make movies funny anymore. Like
Joe Hahn, Colorado checking in. Was this scheduled or off the cuff? Well, it was. We've been talking about it, but I only kind of announced it this morning. I wanted to make sure everybody was good to go. Dick says, loving these long hangouts. Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you, Dick. Good stuff. Leo says, I still have a bottle of wine left. Cool. All right. Yes. Breesby says it's 3 a.m. in Scotland. Nice.
Oh, all right. I am actually of Scottish heritage myself. There you are.
Oh, cool.
The Clan Gordon is
right?
my family clan.
You know, I did.
Yes,
I did the 23andMe. Told me nothing I didn't know already. Like, told me exactly where I knew that my grandparents came from. Told me nothing else, and I will probably start getting emails from children I've fathered. So good way to spend $100. Kidding.
I'm Irish, Scottish, a little Welsh, and Native American, and so I don't need to have the 23andMe thing. I don't, I know where we are. So I even played the bagpipes. So, but you didn't know that, did you, Joe? I played the bagpipes.
Oh, nice, super cool.
Yep, yes I do. It's actually gotten harder over the years with the asthma, but I actually play more small.
Well, it's probably actually good for your asthma. It's probably good to keep.
But,
you're exercising your lungs, probably.
Yeah, but you know what happened was I had all those surgeries, and the anesthesia kind of kicked my butt, and I couldn't get the great pipes to kick in. So I actually just kind of turned more to the small Pollard pipes. I love it. It's fun to play. I play, so I like the blues. I like bagpipes.
That's as eclectic as you can get, I think.
It is. It's like you like blues music? Oh yeah, I like the bagpipes too. I don't see the connection.
My music. I think everybody's got pretty eclectic musical taste.
Yeah, I like everything from like big band to like even like Scott's giving me soundtracks. I like that, and I even like the music from the '40s, like with Bing Crosby and all those guys. I love that stuff. Glenn Miller. It's cool. My dad has these special record sets of Glenn Miller. And it's 2 sets, and he's had them since the 60s. And when he died, I got those. And I want to take them and put them onto a CD somehow. I don't know. I don't have the means for that. But I want to put those records onto CDs because I'd love to listen to them. You can hear the little scratches. There's something about hearing the
Yeah.
scratches on a record. Little,
Sure.
just awesome. I don't know. I'm weird. Like me personally, I haven't. Like I love cracking a real book open. Kindle books are great. You can take it anywhere. But something about holding a real book
What
is
was
just
it
to me
about?
is still a
Yeah,
thrill.
what was it about the Kindle that I'm the same way. I remember I had it. A friend of mine had an actual Kindle. I remember trying it, and then I tried downloading the books to the iPad. Don't like it at all. I still want a
Yeah.
physical book in my hand, and I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I tend to. I'm getting over that a little bit because it's easier. I could buy a book for $3
Yeah.
on the Kindle. But yeah, just something about holding a book. It's like when you buy a book and you walk out with it, you're like, this is cool.
There's something about
you know?
I don't want to scroll at one big giant page. I don't know. It's just, I mean, it's just all up here, but yeah, something about it doesn't really work for me.
Yeah. The worst was trying to read a book on the computer when they first started coming out. You could read a book on your computer. I hated that from the moment I was like, I can't do this. I can't do it. So the Kindle, I like. The only thing I like about the Kindle is I can take several different books on a trip or something on the airplane or something like that. That's what I like. Less stuff back.
The
or in the
audiobook's
car.
great for that too.
Hey, and Scott really needs to oil that door. We can hear that hinge all the way over here. Did you hear that? That sounded like a.
Scott, you gotta oil that hinge.
Yeah. He does. Let's see, get his ears on.
And another thing about Scott I can't stand. Oh wait, he's here. Hang
on. Hey Scott.
Yeah.
Your bedroom door there, your office door rather, has got the best squeaky hinge sound I think I've ever heard.
This mic is great. It picks up anything.
Oh my God! It sounded like a classic horror film. It was like,
yeah. You know what? Well, maybe we'll talk about it later. Why I left it like that. But go ahead.
So how's it going, Joe? We doing good?
Wow, I just killed the whole thing, didn't I?
No, we actually got we're up to 42 now. We got a couple more. Welcome, new people.
Oh, cool. Yes. Yes, we should probably talk. Oh, now without spoiling anything, Joe. When it comes to No Time to Die, thumbs up or thumbs down on the leaked?
Meaning, did my excitement go up or down from the leaks?
Yeah, I mean, did you say?
I'm gonna go.
You're like.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We'll put it this way. It's I'll just say that I'm gonna be open-minded when I go to see it, and hopefully they do it right. But yeah, the news for me was not good. Yeah, that's me being as diplomatic as I possibly can. But yeah, it was. Okay,
no, that's cool. That's enough. Yeah.
I'm really trying not. Right. I mean, obviously, I don't want to say what it is, so I'm just kind of being vague on purpose. But yeah, no, it was not nothing I wanted to hear. But again, it's handled correctly. It could be, put it this way, I've sort of made peace with the idea that this Craig 10-year is sort of like, there's James Bond that we had from Sean Connery all the way through Pierce Brosnan, and now we have sort of the Daniel Craig experiment, which has a beginning and an arc and an end. So with that in mind, I guess we can explore other territory than things that a typical James Bond film would do.
Oh, it sounds like maybe my prediction was right.
Well, it could be that way. It might very well be. So,
what's that?
You and I know what we're talking about, and I'll just say, seems very possible at this point. Although I will say this: it wasn't really carved in stone, confirmed. Yes, but indicators are that's a good possibility. So again, it's taken me a long time to say not much, but yeah, it's a possibility, and I wouldn't be very thrilled if that happens, but we'll see.
Right. I got you.
So, Scott, can you text me your prediction later? I'd like to see what this is.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You can't leave the third guy hanging. You have to send me the text now.
Let me see. Oh, I hear you.
Well, can you guys see the Skype text?
Let's see.
Let me see here.
I think I'll check on that in a second because I know if I push the wrong button, I'm going to lose you.
Good point.
Because I am. Yeah, it's funny. I've never gotten dumber in my life since I got a smartphone, and like everyone's like, you could do so much with these, and I'm like, I just want to call somebody.
Oh my God. But I'll tell you what, honestly, the smartphones and all that stuff, we're all getting stupider, and I feel like this is so bad for society in general. I'm like, Alexa, what's 6 times 6? Oh, it's 36. So now I don't have to memorize my times tables,
Yeah. We used to be able to remember phone numbers. Like, I could call Scott's house. Now it's like, what's your home number? Oh, wait, number 6. Yeah. It's just like, lose it. It's like, you lose this. It's the thing you drop, you're screwed. That's it. You're going to lose everything.
I mean, it's got, right. Seriously. If you leave your phone somewhere, your whole life is just like.
Well, what's amazing is I used to drive the school bus a couple, and then these little kids, like kindergartners, would have $800 phones that they just got for Christmas, and they would leave them on the bus. I'm like, Mike, an $800 phone or $1,200 phone, you're leaving on the bus?
I'll tell you what, my phone has already gotten, I'm so irritated. My phone, like, I literally just paid this off, right? This is a 7, and all of a sudden now, like, it's starting to give me trouble. I can't get the, if I put the charger in it, it just flops right out because it's, I guess the treads are worn or whatever inside now.
Yeah, the pins are worn out.
So I can't even keep it charged all the time, and the battery just depletes very quickly. I'm like, you seriously telling me I gotta buy another one of these now? And I was looking at on the Apple site, it's like $1,000 for the new one. I'm like, Christ Almighty!
Yeah.
My favorite meme is like the little kid with muddle. It's like it says like, the kids today have the newest, slickest iPhones, iPads, etc. It goes, when I was that age, I ate mud. I love that one.
Speaking of that, I'm having a problem with my phone too. All of a sudden, it's bothering me about storage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I mentioned it before on a couple of our I don't know which vlog it was now, but yeah.
I'm just leaving it there, but yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. We'll see.
I mean, he becomes a transgender. I don't get it. I don't understand.
That's probably not you think, hey, that'll never happen. I don't know about nowadays. So what was your favorite? So your favorite Connery was From Russia with Love.
Yeah.
And in the Moore era, you said Live and Let Die. Did you have a favorite Pierce Brosnan one?
I'd have to say it was probably GoldenEye.
Yeah.
I love that. We saw that in the movies together. I think we saw that with your dad.
That's possible.
We went down to the Templex. We saw that, and I thought that was fun.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I had to say, Cosell is my favorite Craig one. I just love that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Skyfall's good too, but it's just like, wow.
Did you see Spectre? Have you seen Spectre?
That's one of the ones I started watching it, and something happened, and it's when we were moving, and I never got to finish seeing it because it was like every time I sat down to watch it, I'm not kidding you, it was like the realtor was calling like, someone wants to look at your house. I'm like, son of a I've never seen it all the way through, so I cannot honestly say I've seen the whole thing. And it's one of those ones I want to sit down and watch now. I want to get all the way through, so I'm up to the.
There's certain movies that I've sat down, like I'm going to sit down and watch it, and something will happen, like I'll fall asleep, or like you said, something comes up, and you're just like, I cannot get through this particular film. I don't know what it is. You know?
Yeah, it's like, are you kidding me? Yeah. So. I have to wait till I know I have a.
Darth Eddie said the spoiler was Bond was Kaiser Soze.
That's right. Yeah, this is going to be the film that brings Kevin Spacey back.
Oh, I was hoping Jaws would come back, but I guess that's even better. So.
Well, they kind of did that. Well, spoilers for Spectre, but they have Dave Bautista.
Yeah.
He's a bit Jaws-like, a little bit.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing, like with, it was funny, as I was watching, Dr. No, he had the mechanical, like, it's funny, he's under his gloves, and he's crushing things. I'm like, oh, okay, we get it. And then you have Teehee, he had kind of the same thing with the claws. And then you have Jaws. And to me, it's a lot harder to get away from someone's hands that are grabbing you and crushing you than someone trying to bite you. Get away from that.
I'll tell you something. If you sit down and watch A Spy Love Me again, Jaws and the first half of that film is pretty vicious. And the scenes, they really build them up. And some of the scenes are pretty terrifying, especially if you were a young kid when you saw that. But then they kind of lighten it up near the end of the movie. But I think Jaws is kind of well played in Spy Love Me for the most part.
Yeah.
But Moonraker gets a little silly. Very silly, actually. Yeah.
It's funny. I was like, let me watch the opening again of Moonraker. So I did it the other night, and it was just like so many things about it. I was like, ooh, Parrish fight scene is friggin' awesome.
It is. Those guys. The guys that did those jumps, they did it's a crazy amount of jumps to get the footage.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it like 90 jumps or something, Joe?
I mean, it was
something like that,
lot,
right?
Yeah.
It's a lot. But that's amazing. I mean, they wouldn't do that nowadays. They would probably, green screen the thing. But
and I have to say is what they did right too was, as they're jumping and they're doing the fight scenes and stuff, you could tell that they jumped from the exact same location over the exact same areas because the surrounding scape doesn't change. And I said, that's actually pretty impressive.
That is cool.
Films would be like, we'll just shoot it over here. Yeah. So it was definitely probably done near the same day.
I've seen that scene that sequence so many times, but you could tell, and I was kind of, always wondering, how they put this together. Like, what happens? Because James Bond, if you watch the opening, he's wearing kind of like this big kind of coat, or that he's wearing. But I think he's wearing that because he's wearing a parachute underneath, for the dives, just in case something goes wrong, or he's probably using that chute,
It was just really cool. And the scene, where the stuntman is hanging out of the plane, I was like, Jesus, that's really. It's pretty impressive.
That's amazing when you see that stuff for real. That's what I love about those old school Bonds is the real stunts is amazing.
Yeah, it's like the CGI is good, but it's just something about watching those guys do those death-defying things that are amazing. Even you go to Raiders of the Lost Ark, it's nice.
Yeah.
Even the stunts in those movies are awesome. Yeah.
I've got just in case you wanted to see that, I got. This German beer called Bitburger.
Oh, nice.
It's good. Yeah.
Well, don't make a German spectacle of yourself drinking it. So. I have water. Water. So.
I should make a specter of myself.
Oh, pretty good.
All right.
So, yes. But those are. I'm going to get back more into haven't seen Thunderball. And
Great flick, man.
Yeah, it's my next one lined up. And
I think out of the vintage teasers, that's my favorite. When he goes, that's the one where he has the jetpack and all that. It's one of my favorites.
You know what? That's the reason I like the Connery one so much. Is when I was a little kid, all those neat gadgets he had. Like we never saw those in movies before. And,
that's true.
And it's like we used to pretend we had jetpacks, or do you remember, Scott? They used to sell these, like this one company made these. They were like spy kits, and it looked like a radio, and you'd push a button, and it would actually turn into a little rifle. Yeah, with a knife that looked like that was great stuff because you felt like you're a Bond.
What was that department store in? It was in Ringwood. It wasn't 5 Star Value. I think that was in West Milford, right? Or was 5 Star Value in Ringwood?
5 Star Value was in Ringwood.
Okay. It was 5 Star Value then.
Yeah.
And I remember around the time Moonraker came out, they had a Roger Moore figure from that, and it was a pretty big figure. It was like a GI Joe size, like a 12-inch.
Wow.
Figure. But he was in that Moonraker garb that he wears, like the astronaut garb.
Yeah, that's cool.
I remember seeing that. I wanted that so bad, but I remember being a little pricey. I mean, I think even back then it was like $30 or something, so it was a little pricey. But I always wanted that,
Check eBay. No, I'm
check eBay, right? Might have had. I know I had like a Moonraker shuttle at one point.
Yes.
A model kit that I put together. I'm trying to think of some of the other things. They might have had a Jaws. They might have had a Jaws figure at one point there too, but I don't think I had that either.
2 things from Moonraker. I had the metal Corgi space shuttle that they had.
Oh, cool! Yeah.
I had that.
I remember that. Yeah.
Do you and I used to get the Moonraker trading cards from Topps?
Yes, I had the entire set. I still have it. I still have it. Yeah. Because I went to money. I went to that little store, the Cupsa Plaza.
Yes.
And that was good because, like, if you had like $5, you could live large. I mean, you could get yourself. You get yourself a candy bar, and then he had like 2 video games in the corner, like a pinball machine usually, and like something else. And I'd go in. We'd go in there. We would spend like hours just there, on like a few dollars. But I remember going in there and buying like a whole, like I must have bought like 10 packs at a time of those Moonraker cards.
It's cool. Sure. You flip them over. There'd be like on the back would be a poster. If you got all the cards, you could flip them over.
Yes. Yeah. I have that downstairs somewhere. Yeah.
I think it was 2 posters. I think one was the movie poster, and one was like I think the space shuttle or something in space or something like that. I think was the other poster.
I have to look that up. I'm not sure, but it sounds about right.
I remember that. I was like, "Oh my god!"
I remember that. I remember the card pack too because it came in a blue wrapper, and it had, Roger Moore on the cover in his astronaut suit doing.
Yes, it was like the drawing. That's right.
Right, exactly. And it had like a little space shuttle on the top of it, I think, and all that. Yeah, that was fun. That was cool. I mean, because Star Wars had sort of brought that all in, because they had. They had baseball cards, but then I think Star Wars started this whole thing where they started to look at it as film. Now, they might have had other ones before that, but for me, my introduction to it was kind of Star Wars.
Yep. You got me.
But then when Bond came along, and I was like, oh, Bond cards?
Johan commented, you guys are so old.
I know.
Guilty as charged, that's right.
But think about it, man. We saw a lot of these movies in the theater on film.
We had to walk to the theater uphill in the snow both ways. It cost us 50 cents and we liked it. We are old. It's
asked, what do you guys think of the pre-title sequence from The World Is Not Enough?
For The World Is Not Enough?
Pre-title sequence.
I'm sorry, Joe. Was that for?
Yes.
For The World Is Not Enough. Yeah. Because you dropped out there. I think it's terrific. I mean, I love the whole Swiss Bank thing. I love the David Arnold score in there. I love the score that when he's in the Swiss office. I love the escape that he makes out of the Swiss office, you know, and then he jumps out of the window and all that. I think all that's terrific. And of course, I love my cigar girl, you know, so. and that whole chase on the Thames River. Yeah. Oh, it's terrific. One of the best opening teasers and epic.
Well, what do you think?
Epic, opening.
Since I've seen that, and it's like, I'm going to have to like go back. But I remember it being really good. And I actually have forgotten most of that one. And so you just started bringing it up, Scott. I'm like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I told you, I've been out of the loop. You know, so much going on.
You know, the thing is, too, we've actually had a refresher course on these. You know, we've reviewed them recently. So we went back and we watched them and analyzed them and, watched them again. So, yeah, we're pretty caught up on that right now.
You know what's amazing, though, is like going back like I'm doing and you've done and watching them again. It's like so cool because you're like, oh, my God, I forgot about that. You know, that scene, it's like it's funny. He's like, oh,
yeah. Talked about it's for the decade. And the Roger Moore era, and then, and now in the Craig era. It's just like...
Yeah.
It's attributed to the longevity,
True. Yeah, it just definitely... It's funny, it's like watching... it's funny, watching the old ones with Melinda, the Connery ones. It's funny how everyone's smoking. Yeah. You won't see that now. Being shot, the first time we ever see James Bond, he's at a card table smoking, and I'm like, you never see that. You never see that now. But it's just like, it's cool.
It's great to watch old movies because people come in and they usually start at like the first thing they do is like. When you see those old movies, someone knocks on the door, they come on in, and they'd be like, "A drink, sure," and nobody ever says no. And it's like, yeah, and then they're always drinking, having a cigarette, it's like, But the thing is, those people worked hard, but they played hard too, They enjoyed their leisure time.
Totally.
Most of them fought the Nazis. They deserve a drink.
It's so true.
It's just cool to even just like. I think it was the thing I always loved about the Connery James Bond is you kind of lost later on. Pop, then he shoots again in the back. That scene, I was like, oh my God, that is so cool.
Supposedly, he actually shot him more than twice.
Wow.
He unloaded like all 6 shots into the guy.
Oh, that's
but they cut that back.
So what it was for me, growing up here, and again, people on the other side of the pond, we always had John Wayne, Jimmy Stewart, Robert Mitchum. We had cowboys, and the only thing we knew of Brits were Mary Poppins, and perhaps again we were growing up the Bicentennial. And it was the British Redcoats. All of a sudden, we're starting to watch stuff with James Bond as like a hero. We're like, this Brit is really tough. This guy is awesome. And I think it happened at a really good time because it shed new light on, at least for our generation, that, wow, there's a lot more than John Wayne, a lot more than Robert Mitchum and these cowboys. These guys, there's tough guys there all over the world. That's it was for me.
That's the thing too. I think with Dr. No, and as the series progressed into From Russia with Goldfinger, it was a cinema of cool.
Yeah,
and that was a thing. I mean, the westerns were fun and they were cool, and there's some John Wayne movies where he's super cool, but nobody had like this sort of air of sophistication though with the coolness, and it was kind of an interesting new mix, and and that also happened on television with The Man from Uncle and all those great shows that they had. One of those things they just killed it, I think, by doing too much. They had all these imitators that came out. You had, the Derek Flint films and the Matt Helms and so forth, and some really bad European imports that were just terrible. And it kind of almost ruined the whole thing for a while, I think. But Bond has always prevailed. He's always made it through, the decade.
I always thought that Connery's Bond, when I was growing up, that he could have been part of the Rat Pack. He was just that kind of a character that he could have been.
In a way, I was like, I know what you're saying, but I think he was a little too cool for the Rat Pack. The Rat Pack is like a little, he'd be like a little too mature,
Oh, Frank Sinatra would be like, well, who's this guy?
Yeah. To be clear, the Rat Pack, how cool is that?
Seriously. Yeah. I think that's another. Do you know that Dr. No was John F. Kennedy's favorite film?
Was it? I thought I always thought the story was that From Russia with Love was his favorite book. I thought that was.
I heard it was Dr. We were watching something about Kennedy, and he used to watch that film. He kept watching that film.
No kidding.
Yeah, then he got killed the next year. When did From Russia with Love come out?
Yeah, From Russia with Love did come out. I think they came out in '63.
Yeah, because he died in November, so I think it came out after being assassinated. But from what I heard, he just loved Dr. No. And I remember as a kid thinking, oh, wow, the president likes this film.
Yeah.
And layman's version of being.
Well, I'll tell you what. Now that you're going through this whole, now that you're going to watch the movies from the beginning, I'm curious to see what you think about them. And then watch our reviews and see what you think. Available in paperback.
So expensive.
Was out of control.
Oh my goodness, I haven't. Holly Hobby, holy mac! I haven't heard that.
We're old, remember?
We're old. Wow, yeah.
It's funny. I was reading an article where a kid was talking about how he grew up with the Pierce Brosnan era, and he has no recollection or even a fondness of the Roger Moore ones, let alone Sean Connery. And I'm like, oh man, it's like to hear that. I was like, wow, it's pretty amazing. It is interesting
because we have there's some younger viewers here, and their first introduction to James Bond was the Pierce Brosnan ones, and it's interesting, and it's like I have to sort of look at it. You try to put it in perspective, like 1962. That was a while ago, right? You kind of put it in perspective of where we were at that time. So if you went back, let's say, let's call it 50 years. So let's go back to let's go the year that Spy Who Loved Me came out, 1977, right?
Yeah.
You go back 50 years in cinema.
Yeah.
And where do you wind up?
Yeah.
little creaky, right? Yeah.
What's funny is I was thinking about that too. I was thinking, you know what? My mom and dad. My mom was 28. Came out, and my dad. It's generational. It's definitely generational, which is really wild.
One thing I don't like sometimes when people say, well, that movie's dated, and I don't know what they're saying, how the film is presented. Sometimes the older films are maybe a little too slow for a younger audience. They use some more of a faster pace and so forth. But I find that these films always, they always seem fresh and kind of alive and vibrant to me. I like the era they take place in,
Yeah.
I think Joe pointed out one time, like when he's talking about Dr. No, and he was saying this was made in the time of Fleming, and it's part of that era, and it's I shouldn't say I don't, but Barry rendition of the James Bond theme is fantastic. But I think the other parts of the score are okay. I think it's the next film, From Russia with Love, where the John Barry comes in, does the full composition as the composer, where it really starts to take off for me.
Yeah, From Russia with Love, actually, when I was a kid, I was watching that, and I was like, this is
Right.
something about that film just it struck a chord with me. I'm like, this is like one of the greatest films. And I remember you and I pretending like that fight scene is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
We've seen so many movies and nothing can come clean movies. Nothing comes close to that. And
they even do. They kind of do a similar thing. Brosnan's fighting Trevelyan, and it's good. But yeah, it's not that From Russia with Love scene. There's some kind of special magic about that one,
Yeah, I think too is that Connery, he was a stuntman, wasn't he? Before he was a boxer, and so was Robert Shaw.
I don't know about stuntman, but because that's what he was. That's what he did, and he wasn't really that respected. It was really Terrence Young, because he was kind of a bruiser, I guess. And Terrence Young sort of took the director of Dr. No, From Russia with Love, Thunderball. He sort of took him in and under his wing and sort of refined him a little bit. He took him to his tailor and taught him about fine wines and the right foods. And Terrence Young himself was almost kind of like a James Bond type of character. He's like the perfect guy to direct those films. So it was kind of like he chiseled away the rough edges and give us the Sean Connery we know and love today.
It's just something about that film is just awesome. Even cinematography wise, it's just like, it's funny. We were watching Dr. No, and I was like, you know what? You could see where it's the beginning of it. And you could see that it's all right. Some things love came out, and you're like, oh, okay, things are they're coming together now. Things are a little smoother. It's just a lot better. That's why I'm saying once I get it, I'm going to see Thunderball next day or so. I'm like, I can't wait to see it again, because now I'm looking at it differently. It's going to be awesome. So.
Yeah. There's some great stuff in Thunderball. One of my favorites is one of my favorite little bits in that is the traction table. I just love I love when the guy puts the speed on high. And he's like, nice to have met you, Mr. Bond. I just love that.
It's just awesome. Yeah, those films are just great for me. I just love them. I have to see what chapter that is in Joe's book.
The chapter on how not to get stuck on a traction table with the.
Yeah.
That goes up
exactly. Yes.
Major level.
I can't believe you. I still can't believe that.
Yes.
Oh my God.
In case you guys don't know, this host here, Joe, made that golden eye jump at that dam.
The golden eye?
Yep.
You showed me the pictures of that, man. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. It
was a little happy and so forth, and kind of, but it was cool to see it. Nonetheless,
I don't know where that is actually.
You had really long hair then too, didn't you, Joe?
Short. It's actually much longer right now. Hey, so guys, are we gonna wind down soon? As much as I'm having fun, I'm going on 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It flies, doesn't it?
Good. I actually had a great time. I'm so thankful for the invite. I hope I lived up to it.
We'll definitely have to do it again.
We'll
definitely have you back. Well,
absolutely.
a lot of fun. Average Ontarian just signed on and said, "I'm late. What did I miss?"
For one, Shevitz. That's awesome.
I showed a 45. I showed a 45.
Yeah, we start over the top. 3 times.
I think Joe left the room. Or the minor one. I think some of them are actually more scene stealers.
I agree. No, that's a great subject. I really some of those minor bongos I really like.
Oh my God, yeah, they're drop dead gorgeous. You know, they're just like.
I'll tell you what.
More
I'll tell you
screen
guys.
time.
I'll tell you what. If you guys want to come back and do a live stream about our top 3 each minor Bond women, we'll set that up. And I'll tell you what. If you want to let me
definitely.
know what your lists are going to be beforehand, I'll even get some pictures ready or something or other to show on screen.
We have to talk about like what constitute minor. Like, could Bernice Merlot from Skyfall? I mean, I'm sorry, from Skyfall. I mean, would she count? I mean, she's not major, but she's not minor. I don't know.
Well, it's a good point. Frankly, I kind of feel like one possible way to look at it, if she's not going to make the poster, then I think she qualifies as a minor. But I'll tell you what. I mean, honestly, you pick who you want to pick, and you make the case why you feel like she's a minor, etc.
All right. Okay. All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
And seriously, and like I said, if you tell me your list before, and I'll have like pictures and stuff ready, we can make this kind of fun, little visual for people who are watching.
I think we should do next time. We should get together. We should play that Bond trivia.
I'll tell you what. You know what? I actually even thought about maybe, even just this afternoon. I was like, is it too late to switch gears and do the trivia game? But I'll tell you what. Why don't we play on that also?
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
I would have got stomped like a narc at a bike around. I really would have. I just.
Well, I'll tell you what. Well, you should. When you're done, when you watch all the films again, then you come back and you do the James Bond trivia, because I am planning a Bond trivia.
What if what was the MC? You know, he was reading the questions. Like, you could be like the Alex Trebek of the. Yeah, there you go.
Do we have to answer in the form of a question?
Sure.
And you get David Zariski and Calvin Dyson in here. We have celebrity.
I'm telling you, I think we got something here.
Trivia.
You know, I'm actually friends with David on Facebook.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, all of a sudden I saw this, James Bond fella sent me an invite,
Okay.
and I'm like, hey, why not? And I'm reading a lot of his stuff all the time. So,
Oh, that's great. That's great.
yeah. So I'm the Neo here, so I'll catch up, I promise. So. Or I could be the MC, either one. I'll wear a suit.
You have to wear a bow tie.
Oh, I could.
I want to do it but I want to have it we got to make it like it's Match Game, and like you have those funky openings, but like we do it like how like in a Match Game they show everybody like in a circle and they're all doing like a crazy little pose.
That's
and stuff.
right.
But you do it, but you do it like in a gun barrel with the gun barrel design.
Oh my God!
And we all go like, hey, huh? Right? Is that perfect? yeah. And then
I'll get the long mic. Yeah.
You can make it. You could do like a Hollywood Squares type of thing on it. Where you have everybody is in a box.
And that Gene Rayburn was known for those horrible suits, so I'll get myself a brown. Yeah, I'll get a brown suit with a big lapel, bigger than an
old Match Games. Because it was designed not to really. The game was like secondary to like their quips.
Right. Yeah. Totally. Sure.
So Joe, we're pushing 4 hours now. This is what we want to do. Scott's plan and I was to do this for 4 hours.
I can see the questions. It'll be like, so she showed James Bond her enthusiasm. He showed her blank.
Oh my God, that's funny. That's great. That'd be epically awesome. That would be.
I don't know if I caught this before. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? I don't know if I caught this before, Joe, but what are you drinking? What type of beer?
I have the Sierra Nevada Pale Ale.
Nice. All right.
I
Oh,
kind of
cool.
got on these like
All right.
darker beers, and I kind of like these now. I honestly really don't.
Oh, cool.
I don't drink beer too often. Actually, I don't drink beer very often, but when I do, yeah, no, but my mother drinks these, and all of a sudden, every time I go to my mother's house, and my mother doesn't drink wimpy beer, so I started drinking these. I'm like, you know what?
That's
Not
good.
bad.
Good for you. Good for her. Yeah.
She said it'll put hair on your chest, and she's proved us right.
It'll make a man out of you. All right, Ma, jeez.
That's funny.
No son of mine was like, I'll tell you that.
Oh my God, Coors Light. That's
Yeah.
a beer with taste to it. The Budweiser. I know there's probably some people are going to yell at me for that, but I don't know. I don't like it.
My friend Matthew Auclair is on
Nice to
from
brag.
the Bond Complex. And by the way, Edgar was on earlier. He's from Canada,
cool.
and I got to see him in Canada a few months ago. And
They came on to say, "Oh my God, this channel's crashing and burning."
he came on and he said, "Look, now you have 3 people watching." But I was in Canada back in February, and you know how Molson is the big Canadian beer. Every place we went, I kept ordering a Molson, and people looked at me with such disgust. Like, what? I guess it's like the Pabst Blue Ribbon of Canada. They're like, yeah, no, you smelly American, you cannot have Molson.
The tourist beer.
Seriously.
That's great.
I remember one time years ago we tried at the Old Forge. That's the local pub that we used to go to. They had the real Irish warm beer. Scott and you and I tried it, and it was the first time we tried a real beer, and that's where I kind of liked it. I was like, I like this hard taste to it. It was definitely different than Coors Light, which is just basically watered down urine. So
Yeah.
oh, I don't. You like Guinness though, Joe, or no? Or now you're drinking this other stuff?
Listen,
right?
I kind of I tend to just sort of drink for the occasion and the time and place. So I love me a good Irish pub, and when I do, love me a Guinness. Yeah.
There you go. And my birthday is the day after St. Patty's Day, so that's why I get the Guinness. So that's there
you go.
The connection there.
There you go.
Come on now.
Yeah, no, I love Guinness. I could drink Guinness anytime.
Yeah.
It's better at a pub though than doing it out of a can.
Yes. Yeah, the can it doesn't get the same head. Here we go. Now we're going to go for 4 hours now. Okay, so you're right. From the tap is much better. So
yeah. Well, I tell you what, it's 10:41. We could probably go 19 more minutes and make it an even 11.
you guys, I mean, well, he just came on from Canada. He just let's
This is true.
Say hi to him.
This is true.
Yeah.
How are you, Matthew?
I have this Crystal Head.
Oh, very good.
What's his name? What's his name from Canada?
Matthew.
This Crystal Head vodka I have. It's from Canada. It's actually Dan Aykroyd's vodka.
The first time I met Matthew,
All
he
right,
brought
Matt.
me a bottle of Canadian Club.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
Matthew, this is my drink. It's Manischewitz wine from Linden, New Jersey.
Hey.
Linden, New Jersey, as seen on the opening credits of The Sopranos.
I tell you, if he's on it, my wife and I love Canadian TV. We watch a show called Corner Gas and the Red Green Show. We watch them on disc all the time.
You bought me that set. I watched it. It was funny.
Corner Gas is one of the best, funniest shows I've ever seen. Yeah. Probably the best written I've ever seen. The show is repeatedly funny all the time.
Yes.
Who
I hope you
got
watched
me into
it,
that
Scott. I hope
show?
you did.
Somebody had me watching.
I haven't got through all the whole thing yet.
Somebody I know
What's
had
that?
me watching
What's
that.
that,
I
Joe?
can't remember who it was now, but somebody got me turned on to that show. Yeah.
It's hilarious. It's just a great show. And I'm sure Matthew will back me up on that one.
He's saying yes. And Leo asked me, "Am I an ex-bartender?" Yes, I did
All right.
bartend for a while. So yes, I do love me a little cocktail making.
So that's why I got to get you over here so you can make some cocktails. I'm like this little mad scientist hobbyist, trying to, looking in the book. Okay, 3 jiggers at that, and sometimes my results are fine, but yeah, it'd be great to somebody who actually knows what they're doing. That kind of just
There you go.
I
keep thinking I'm gonna go back and do like a
Tom Cruise.
I keep thinking I'm gonna go back and do like a video cocktail series, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I kind of sort of have, but maybe we'll see.
Yeah. That would be awesome.
No, it's awesome.
So, Joe, that should be a book for you right there, the Being James Bond drink book.
Honestly, I thought about it many years ago. But honestly, there's so many other ones since. I couldn't even hold a candle to, frankly. There's some really, really good ones.
And there's also some in that book, in your original book there's some, definitely some, there's a chapter about the whole thing. It's really good.
Yeah.
Very true.
I'm telling you, it's an awesome book that you wrote. It's like, I had to reread it again. I haven't read it. Like as I said, I lost it when I was getting into it.
Thank you.
Me, I pissed at technology when something dumps out on me. Well, I'm not going to read it then.
I'll tell you what, you just gave me a great idea, though. I am going to, for everybody who's sort of been toughing it out and watching with us this long, I just sent my a link to my Drinks and Mixology chapter. So you can download that at your leisure.
Oh, that's
right.
awesome.
Thank you, Joe.
It's great. I've actually used it quite a few times.
Awesome.
It's cool.
Absolutely.
Well, that's where I got my wine from.
I did talk a lot about Manischewitz being one of the finest wines you can.
And for everyone that stuck it out, I'm going to send you a link to Linden, New Jersey. And,
I said, if you want to have the unleavened experience of a lifetime, you get your Manischewitz.
Manischewitz.
Sponsors by Strife for the unleavened experience of a lifetime.
You're gonna go ahead and tell you crazy.
I'm sorry.
Martin paints. It ain't just paints.
I'm sorry, you didn't win the grand prize, but what do we got for him there? Well, it's a bottle of Manischewitz.
Siamese vodka.
You guys come over. I'll have a bottle here for you.
I'm all for it, man. I'll have some. I don't think I've ever had it, but I'll try some. Sounds cool.
Although, again, cooking with the white wine has been fun, but I should probably sample more of it after I'm done cooking. Isn't that why you cook with it? It's like I was telling you, I cook with the Guinness. I'll make some stuff with that. It's like, well, I'll finish it off now. It's here.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
But that's once in a blue moon. Oh, today Joe showed me. Joe, did you make that dish you sent me the picture of?
Yeah, basically, Walt and I were just happened to be making dinner at the same time, so we ended up trading. I actually over the weekend for my girlfriend and her mom, I made what they call these hobo packs, where you sort of take the tinfoil and you throw like shrimp, some sausage, some mussels, some chopped up corn on the cob, throw it in.
Really good.
That sounds good.
Some Old Bay, some white wine, whatever. You throw it on the grill, wrap it up tight. So basically, I had the leftovers from it. So I basically decided, well, instead of making the small packs, because it's just me, I'll just put it in a casserole tray. So yeah, it's shrimp, sausage, mussels, corn, some little potatoes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just hit it with some Old Bay and some
That
olive
sounds
oil
really
and some
good.
wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. So
All right. Awesome.
I made and I had plenty,
Yeah.
so I'll have a couple for later in the week too. Yeah.
No, that's great.
Yeah,
Eating
I wish
like
I was
James
exercising
Bond.
like James Bond, but I'm eating like James Bond.
And I got some tenderloins, and I wrapped them in bacon. And I got some, basically it was like coffee, brown sugar, salt, and pepper, and garlic salt, and just kind of put it on there and did it in the smoker, and it came out pretty good. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Beef is, I'm still learning how to do the beef in the smoker. Chicken, I'm a home run every time, the seafood. Yeah. That beef is kind of like, it's kind of eluding me a little bit. I'm getting
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's like, I can't nail it perfect. So if James Bond did it, I'm sure he'd have a book,
It seems that the beef has eluded you, Mr. Bond.
By the way, the Darth Eddie says I'm old enough to get the Joe Franklin references. Welcome to the club, my friend.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Joe Franklin. That's great.
No, that was Ed Sullivan. I'm thinking of...
You're really old.
Matthew O'Clair, there's a book about Bond and his many meals and drinks from the books and films. Unfortunately, it's pretty boring and hasn't been translated from French to English. I wonder if we're thinking of the same book. It's not this one, is it?
Wow.
What are you talking about? This is not bad. It's Edward Budoff, Licensed to Cook. It's pretty cool, actually.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
Interesting. There's one, although I'm not a huge fan of the film, in A View to a Kill, there's a scene where Bond makes an omelet, basically. And I always thought that was really cool.
There's a...
I like that they threw in a little bit of Bond the Gourmet, which they don't really touch upon in the film.
I basically the one of the chapters I sent earlier is basically, it's called Food and Wine, but it's 90% wine and like 10% on food because it's not a I kind of said in the chapter, I said it's an interesting question, like if this is a how-to on Bond stuff and we're talking about food, shouldn't the how-to be about cooking? To which I was like, I don't know, and I basically said in there, I said, the only time you see Bond in the films ever actually cooking is in A View to a Kill, and of course he just happens to be making something that real men don't eat. So,
that's the thing too. Yeah, I can't picture. That's the distinction between them. I can't imagine the Craig Bond making an omelet. Not gonna happen.
I mean, I do sort of make an argument that every guy should sort of know how to cook because I said, if Bond was a little more of a regular guy who didn't have a Scottish maid to make all his meals in the books, he probably would take the initiative to learn how to cook and basically, make himself a decent meal as opposed to eating just, junk because nobody's there to cook for him. So, So basically, I didn't really get into the cooking aspect, but I basically said, but learn how to cook. Learn how to make a couple...
Yeah, I can't see Bond like making himself a whole bunch of microwave meals.
Exactly right. Yeah,
it just doesn't seem right.
I always envisioned if Bond was going to be a cook or a chef, he would be like Gordon Ramsay. I always thought that I would envision.
You know what
Bond
I've been
being
watching,
like
by the
Ramsay.
way? Now I can't remember if it is on Netflix or I guess it must be Netflix. Either Netflix or Amazon Prime. But they basically have been doing this Gordon Ramsay cooking series, like teaching you how to cook.
Yes.
And it's really good. Like I love it. It's awesome because he basically knocks down, like he says, like he does 100 recipes, really really good, and he goes through them all, and he makes them look really easy. But in between, he'll do this thing about like, here's different kinds of olive oils, here's different kinds of vinegars, here's little tools you should have in the kitchen. So it's actually really good. So it's kind of fun if you want to sort of learn how to cook. Yes.
Is he
Totally.
Oh, I can't
Shut it down!
I can't stand that. I tried to watch some of that, and I was like, I wouldn't last 5 minutes with that guy in the kitchen. I really wouldn't.
Well, you know what?
I like it.
I have a
cool.
theory. You ever watch Bar Rescue?
That I've seen.
Bar Rescue is a great show, and I was kind of addicted to it, but just because. It's kind of fascinating to me that he'll walk into these like dive bars or bars that used to be kind of theme bars.
Yes.
They've turned to garbage. They've turned to shit. So he turns them around, right? And he sort of makes
Right.
and it makes perfect sense, and they redo the place. It looks nice. But then, but the whole shtick of the show is like the first 20 minutes is him walking in, just screaming at everybody, calling them losers, and it's like, all right, I get it. And sometimes like it's kind of like you sort of get the shtick after a while. Like sometimes they'll walk in and they're not even really arguing with him, but he just keeps on going. It's like, I get you have to fill up the first 20 minutes with this. So I kind of feel like the Gordon Ramsay shows are probably the same way, where they're like, you have to yell at people. You have to yell at people and tell them they're not doing it right, whatever.
I maybe I caught it the wrong way because I caught these YouTube clips where the clips are all of him yelling.
Yeah.
About halfway through it, this is like, why am I watching this?
Yeah.
This guy it's just not. I just wouldn't handle situations like that, and it just drives me nuts. And I understand the allure of his celebrity, I really do. But it's
do you watch South Park, by the way?
I have to say no. I know I've seen clips and stuff, of certain things, but no, I'm not a regular.
If you haven't watched South Park in a while, you really have to watch it. Like, you would really like it. It's, like, seriously, it sounds funny, but honestly, like, some of the stuff they do is so topical, it's almost ahead of its time. In fact,
right.
Yeah, but there's one where like just the father gets like hooked on the cooking shows, so of course somebody's dressing up as Gordon Ramsay to basically pretend he's on the show, and he starts yelling at him, "You wanker, you're doing it wrong." It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I think the guy Ramsey, it's the show. Yeah, he does yell at people, but it's just like when he's not yelling, the guy's a really good chef. Like Joe was saying with that thing. Like, I've actually learned a lot of stuff from his show. I was like, oh wow, that's pretty cool. So, but afterwards, when I mess up, I just start calling myself all kinds of names and things.
Hey, you know what's great is like this light, and my light made it again.
What is it with this light? Suddenly now it goes 3 hours without a problem.
I know. I mean, we couldn't get through like one of these vlogs that were like, an hour and 10 minutes or something like that. And this thing would go like about like an hour, 5 minutes in and like go out and stuff. I don't know.
Scott and I will be doing a review, and like 55 minutes in, I'm like, all right, Scott, so you better do your scores and your thing because your light's going to go out. Now suddenly he's like breezing through 3 hours like it's nothing.
It's funny, but your room, Scott, has gotten even darker since we started.
I know.
Joe's too. Mine still looks pretty good.
Well, you know what it is? It stays pretty light here in Georgia. I mean, even like around 9, even 10 o'clock, it'll still be a little bit of light out there. But now it's getting pretty late, so yeah, it's pretty dark in there now. Yeah. Now I get the Colonel Kurtz thing going on. I saw a bug crawling on a straight razor.
I got it. It's got this hair thing going on here. All right. Really, seriously, Jesus Christ! I gotta get a better light.
I gotta figure out my light too. Honestly, I'm sitting here looking at myself on the YouTube, and I'm like, I really do look like some hippie cult leader with this beard.
Actually, I think you kind of look like Charles Manson, but I don't want to bring it up.
I'm like,
oh, there you go. Yeah, 4 hours in, he finally puts the light on.
I'll see you later. Bye.
Good night.
I'm wrecking the whole place.
There you go. So now, Joe, when the pandemic's over, you shaving? What's the consensus here?
Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure. I probably, well, put it this way, I've kind of just let it go nuts, and I figure, once it sort of fills in, then I can shape it and trim it, decide what I want to do with it. So right now it just looks, again, just kind of ridiculous and cult leader-ish, but I don't know. The girlfriend likes it, so I might keep it a little longer. I feel like this is like a winter project, so now that the summer's here, I'm like, what am I doing with this thing now? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try to go for like that 70s, dude with a beard look. See if I can bring that back.
Cool.
Like that whole
Yeah.
Eddie Rabbit kind of look.
I think Eddie Rabbit's beard started up right underneath his eyelids. He had like the
Yeah.
tallest beard in the world. You kind of got that Manson look going on. I like it there. Serial killer look.
I'm telling you, right? I seriously, how do I not have like my own cult going on right now? This is.
With me with beards, like it starts out, it looks really impressive. Like, wow, this is gonna be this thing will get. Then after about a week, it starts looking really bad. It doesn't fill in nice. It doesn't look. I have more hair down here than I do up here. So I'm like, what am I having? A neck beard? No, it's just.
Yeah.
It's just not me.
It is, it's a little challenging. Like I said, I mean, it took a while before it started to look like a beard and just not little, like somebody just took a pencil and just drew on my face.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
All right, gents, is it time to wind down? It's hitting 11 o'clock.
All right, so yeah.
But, Rich says go for the Burt Reynolds look. I think, I think I might. I need a cowboy hat that I take off for one thing and one thing only.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, that driving by me is going to show smoking event. Did I mention that before? I think I mentioned that before. Yeah,
I think it was an hour one.
Yeah, hour one. I mentioned that, right? Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining the live stream, the happy hour that went on for 4 hours.
3 hours. Yeah.
But it's always fun with you guys. All right, we're all holding up props. So here you go.
There you go.
I don't have anything else. Little Snow White doll, I guess. I don't know. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the invite. I appreciate it.
Oh, it was great.
We will do it again. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
James.
Yeah.
Honestly, seriously. So, like I said, if you guys want to do your non, what do we say, B-list Bond girls or something?
Minor role girls.
That's what we came up with in 4 hours. B-list Bond girl. No, that's actually a cool idea. Yeah. Sounds good, man.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Or Joe, bonding with friends.
Bonding with friends. Take it easy, buddy.